Good morning, everybody. How do I turn off chat? I don't know. Is it a good morning though? I'm I mean it could be. Happy OPEX? We'll see about that. Give me DPI is rising, but off exchange volume dropping. Shouldn't those two go hand in hand? Yeah. They should. To some degree. I think they technically come from different data sources. One is dark pool utilization, not dark pool volume, right? And the other one's off exchange volume, which they're different data sets, but they should be similar to some degree. Two scalping questions. Is buying lower delta options a way to minimize risk on a position, even if it potentially limits profits? If the price action isn't extreme as you'd think, is theta as important on these trades as OPEX exposure plays? No, theta's almost irrelevant on scalping plays. But what is relevant is actually higher delta. You want more sensitivity to the price if the price doesn't go the way you want. That's quick. Ding ding. I want to actually get some SPY 414 calls, puts. Let's say September 2nd in I. There we go. What's the date that Rev FTDs get going again? It's gonna be like the next cycle period. Here I'll look. So it'll be like September 2nd and I guess starting September 2nd through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. September 2nd through 13th, which is really, it's really just like September 6th. I should say it's easier to understand it that way. September 6th through 13th will be the next MMFTD period. Pi-Fi logo is blocking important info volume at the top. Oh, that should move it. To do with that, you know how to move that thing. Oh. Properties? No. How to fix this? That's gonna drive me nuts. I don't know. Does that help? Did the pickle exit his rev position? No. I sold my leaps yesterday at a profit in order to reposition for September. I kept my shares, sold cover calls on them. For rev, are we looking at MMFTD or ETF FTD? We're looking at MMFTDs. Remember, it was removed from ETFs after the 30th. So the last ETF FTD date, technically, should be should have been August 18th. So after August 18th, there should be no more ETF FTDs on I'm correct about that. Wait, oh, you know what? Was it? It was July 30th that it was removed from ETFs. My mistake. Hold on. But there is no July 30th. I guess August 1st is the first day that it traded without ETFs. Interesting. Well, the June ETF FTDs resolved on the 18th. August 1st ETF FTDs, if there's any from that period. Well, actually, let's go from the resolution period. So from the resolution period forward through this. Well, there's no fucking volume here, though. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get any more relevant ETF FTDs. If we do, they're also going to be in September. They'll start like September 19th. There could be like 2 days of them. I don't see any other ones. Please forgive my ignorance here. The options chain shows a lot of far out of the money calls for January. And obviously this is bullish. What happens to out of the money calls if the buyer's thesis becomes less bullish? Out of the money calls for what stock? SPY action today. We'll see. I didn't like the economic data this morning very much. I picked up some puts. I had some SPX puts open at close, but I closed them in aftermarket. Probably still wait until the end of the week to position into a bigger short position on the SPY, but for now I have a small one. Rev FTDs can be covered early though, right? Like not spread out. Yeah, always. FTDs especially are very rarely marked long. So the fact that we've seen a lot of price action from Revlon's FTDs is kind of bullish because it means they had to mark them long because they couldn't clear them at the time. It's pretty rare for FTDs to carry over and cause price action. We sell CCs on Jimmy yet? Yeah, yesterday. ETF FTDs for GME are going to be due in the same like OPEC cycle they're always doing. So they'll be due September. Hold on. July. $15. There we go. ETF FTDs for GME will begin on August 30th for the previous period for June or July for July obligations. Thank you, somebody, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Thoughts on Beyond, small float, high SI, high DTC, CTB. Seems like cheap price right now, and the market beat has a PT of 40. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't know why it keeps getting brought up so much. I guess it's just like in the news cycle right now, but it seems okay. This is kind of usually it's kind of like an OPEX play. I know it has some correlation to the rest of the basket, but I don't know what their like current warrant situation and stuff is. I think there's a liquidity mechanism there. Also, the company's garbage. Like their earnings have been fucking atrocious. They've spent an unbelievable amount of money on basically nothing. And their profits suck. So from a fundamental standpoint, I'm not a big fan of it at all. From like the FTD cost to borrow standpoint, maybe. But you have to remember CTB is not what institutions are paying. The institutions aren't paying the same cost to borrow as you're getting on like IBKR or Fidelity. They're gonna get a rate from their prime when they borrow from them, and those rates are going to be negotiated generally in a favorable way. And they're bespoke too, right? Like those agreements are written out and handled, separate from, the like public borrow rate. Do you think I'd be able to offload Bobby shares with a far dated in the money CCs to get a higher sell point? I don't see how. Like you're always going to end up with a bit less than if you just sold them at market, generally speaking, unless you get some really good like spread on your covered call. Could you please explain more about ETF creation process? Decreasing the float equals higher SI. I'm not understanding the concept of creating something equaling lowering the float. The float of what? The ETF. So if the SI number remains static, right, because it's short interest as percent of free float, and the size of the free float decreases due to creation, then the SI number would rise because it's a larger percentage of the shares outstanding. So, if you have 500,000 shares sold short, for instance. Oh, piece of shit. Hold on. So say you have 500,000 shares outstanding or short, and you have a free float on the ETF of 1,000,000 shares. This would be 50% SI, right? But if I use the ETF to create 500,000 shares, the ETF now has 500,000 shares outstanding, which means that the SI is now 100%. And so on and so on. And that's why you get like short interest on XRT that's like 600-700%. Have we sold CCs for Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy low volume, so it might as well be pre-market still. Z. Yeah, but not that bearish. We're just coming down just below gamma neutral right now, or at gamma neutral right now. Move. I did seen click image move. That's not even an option. Frankly, I don't care if people can see the volume up there. I don't know. Read my super chat. I did, Brandon. Good entry on Docu. 4 hours shows the start of a turnaround. Does it? 4 hours shows that it hit resistance at 60. In market downturns, it's slipped that resistance in the past. I would be careful entering Docu to the long side right now. It's not a terrible play, but get enough theta in case it does slip for like a week or two. Back during June and July OPEX, you indicated that obligations appear to be compounding. These entities weren't clearing them out, but essentially rolling them forward and out. If I understand correct. Anyway, curious on your thoughts on this. What changed? Well, they appear to be clearing them out now, right? We have the borrow rate dropping. We have XRT back off reg show. We obviously have reduced obligations, right? The split happened, and it looked like they just fucking walked away from everything. We had several weeks of just constant upward pressure, and I'm sure a lot of that was the clearing of that backlog of obligations. Some of it was also, bullish call buying by retail, but there was without a doubt some amount of obligations being cleared out over that period of time. And I would say current obligations outstanding, short of anything written forward on ETFs, is minimal. I think you'll see that the failure rate for GME right now is quite low. How far out do you sell GME CCs usually? Like a week or two. Generally not very far out. The fuck is this? Weird. Thanks, Bones. What strike CCs do you go for? I mean, that depends on what it's trading at. Most of my position, I sell at like under 0.1 delta. I take some risk with a little bit. So let's say if I'm going to sell 30% of my port as covered calls, I'm going to sell 70% of that, maybe 80% of that, depending on near-term volatility, at like 0.1 or 0.15 delta. Then 10% probably at about 0.2 and 10% roughly around 0.3. I don't want to say it's definitively like 0.2, 0.3 because it's variable depending on how I feel like price action's going to go over the next few days or during the duration of the period. If I'm convinced of like a hard drop in price, I might sell all of them at 0.3, buy them back, and then spread them out at safer positions once we found a floor. We're thinking 28.57 for a potential GME bottom. You? Let's see. I'd be surprised if we fall too much below 30. We'll have to see a lot of short interest come in. We saw some yesterday. We'd have to see a lot more. If we do, I would say 29.38 is our next like significant downside resistance. After that, 26.74. I highly doubt we're gonna get back down to like $20 again. But we could. It's possible. Is Jimmy giving stock to employees just dilution with time? Not really. It's not gonna affect the price at all. In all your years of trading, which stock has been your favorite? Hmm. It's a good question. For consistency, like Visa or Caterpillar, for just the sheer amount of money you can make off of it, probably GME or Tesla. AMD's up there too, although not as consistent. Man, I'm really fucking far behind on chat. Holy shit. If ETF FTDs are starting August 30th, isn't that bad for CCs sold into September? Not necessarily. You can buy them back. The first few days of ETF FTDs have overlap with like FTDs. They're not very significant. After September 2nd, yeah, it could be a little riskier. Although I don't think ETF FTDs are very high right now, at least for GME. I'm marking down put IV from 109 to 104 so far today. All right. Short volume's never a big deal, Stefan. But on SS, they're telling me the split generated heaps of FTDs. No. It generated about 1.6 million FTDs, all of which were clear the next day, right? So sold CCs for September 16th and trying to plan an exit. Should we see a run and I see the opportunity to sell, buy back? Yeah, I mean, watch for one. See how far we drop. We may drop fairly significantly before the ETF FTDs, which will mean that the cover calls you sold to be basically worthless at that point, right? And that'll probably be the best opportunity to get them back. Will post-split divvy pose any problems for short hedge funds? Not enough time to know yet. You think the GME split ruined OPEX? It could have. We'll find out. Yesterday's shorting was a good sign. It may be just that the split caused like short vol positions to step away for a period. And now they're going to start coming back in, which would be good. We want to see them borrowing shares and shorting the stock, right? Like that's beneficial to moves in the future. It was June. September will be big obligation period for GME if the ETFs have outstanding balances of shares due to the split. So ETFs have a pro rata agreement. If that's plays out the way I think it could, or the way it may have on Tesla and Nvidia, yeah, then September would present a big opportunity. No, September OPEX has nothing to do with this. WeBull just did 500,000 volume in a minute. Cool. What espresso machine for under 500 would you recommend to a big pour? Get Gaja. What is it called? The Gaja Classic Pro. I think they're a little more than. Well, no, they should be at like just at $500. Or try to go on Craigslist and see if you can find like a Rancio or something around that price range. Just so you know, the espresso machine is less important than the grinder. And the grinder is about the same amount of money. Good entry on Visa puts? No. Absolutely not. Cat finally moving up. Yeah, a little bit. 203 is the resistance. On the 15-minute, it's a little bit of a bounce here for the SPY. It could carry back up to like 418 before coming down. You take a look at Baba. What are your thoughts on where it's going? It's been running, right? Yeah, it's doing pretty well. Play some options at like 100. I can go to like 110. Play some weeklies. Let's see here. Baba. Gapped up. Next upside resistance is 101.54. If it crosses that, 104 or 111. There's a gap to fill between 103 and 105. So not a bad upside play if it's gonna move. It does need to break 101 though. Driven. Crap. What do I have for those? September 16th, so I got plenty of time. Yeah. Jimmy's still holding the trend on the daily, or did it break down? No, it's still holding it. It's very close to breaking down, though. It, like, here, I'll show you guys. This is on the 1 hour. So it's starting to. You want it to trade some volume below the trend before, you know, you confirm a breakdown. But yeah, it's like right on the line there. ET on Tesla? I don't have one right now. Post split sell off probably. Here. This is the top of the SPY bounce, 416. Yeah, maybe. It seems like it's at least running into some resistance here. Kind of in between the two resistance points, actually. See if it continues to fail. Is Jimmy not gonna run this week? Doesn't look like it. I just sold an unholy amount of $3 Fubo CSPs. I'm thinking about doing the same. Especially with it trading at just above 4. Like 6 cents above 4. How much are the $4 ones? I really don't have a problem buying it at like 350-ish. It's not so bad. 450 is too much. Well, still get it below 4. I don't know. $4. Strangle it. Seems silly to do an add the money strangle. I have to think about it. Puts aren't worth much right now, huh? I might wait for the skew to adjust a little bit before selling more of those. I think Kirk is reading the chat from yesterday. Yeah, it's going quick this morning. Jesus. Indices only go up. Look at that streak of green. Yeah. They can go down too. I would be worried about a bounce here, however. What do you think of Tesla? What about it? It's a nice price right now. I think it's going to drop a lot more, probably. Get an entry for spy puts? It's not terrible. I'd wait to confirm a breakdown, though. 416 is like a really important resistance, and the fact that it crossed it could be bullish. So I'd make sure that this doesn't bounce right here before getting into puts. You think we'll still see price increases while covering like last week? Yeah, don't forget also that like Revlon's picked up a ton of interest, not just here, but like on multiple like retail fucking forums and shit like that. So it's very likely that we see, you know, even more FTDs in the future. The more interest that comes in on the stock, the more FTDs it's gonna generate. Yeah, you can go with a hand grinder too. WeBull's looking alright, yeah. IV's still dropping on it though. So like even though the price is up, my like cover calls I sold yesterday are already worth more. How are my GME covered calls doing? I'm up quite a bit on those. So the economic news not really too bad. Yeah, it's not great, but it wasn't terrible. The drop in unemployment claims and ongoing unemployment claims is bad for the Fed though. Also rising goods and services costs. It's good for profitability, I guess. Bad for consumers though. Dixie's down a little bit. Oil and bonds are up. I bought back my Jimmy CC sold yesterday for a 35% profit on this morning on the dip. Nice, man. Congratulations. Pickles picks very red today. All the pickles picks are over, aren't they? You're not even a fucking you're not even a billionaire. Fubo is based in New York, U.S. content. Equinor, it's a Norwegian state oil company with the European electricity cost rising. It could be a good play for the winter. Interesting. Is that really something that we have an opportunity to play? I don't know. EQNR? It's kind of chasey at this point, along with the rest of oil. Yeah, I guess it could be going into winter. The next earnings is coming up October 28th. Yeah, they're killing it this year. You could. I don't really know what the upsides. There's not a lot of upside left before it hits resistance, like 43.38. If it goes beyond that, then it's just gonna push into like new all-time highs, which is possible. What's a good price point for CSPs? Is AMD undervalued at 96? You could argue that it is. It can go much lower though. You could probably still get AMD at like 80, 85. Jimmy dead? I mean, it's not doing anything. Two weeks gonna be enough? Should I just cut and roll now? What's this? So look at the business owners today. Said no one wants to work. They want to live off unemployment. I told him unemployment was $1,000 and it's not enough. And he said, "Yeah, well, if you do nothing, it's enough." He's also like 100. Well, yeah, I could see some. It's definitely not enough to live off of. Yeah, I sold Jimmy CCs yesterday. So what do we owe this lovely market rally today? I mean, it's only clawing back like 75 basis points right now, and it doesn't look very strong. We'll see, but this right now this looks like it's double topping. It's not necessarily a good thing. What do you mean thoughts on Tesla? I think it's gonna drop more. I have a question about warrants. Can I get your thoughts on warrants cherry pie? Is she really a cool drink of water, such a sweet surprise? Tastes so good it makes a grown man cry. I think possibly Fluffiosa. At least good enough that a song was written about it. sold SPY 412 puts for tomorrow. Anything significant to drop it below that level? I don't think it's going to move down to 412 by tomorrow. That'd be extreme. Some sort of like crazy news would have to break. What's the best way to observe quick and accurate changes in OI for free? One does not exist. There is no free data service that will give you accurate, or there's no free data service that's going to give you intraday changes in OI at all. The market climbing back is a good thing for bears. Filling some of that gap allows more positions to be built and makes it a healthier move to the downside. Yep. Unemployment is not forever where I live, US, and is based on how much you made in the previous 18 months. Are grandmen not supposed to cry? Your general thoughts on Apron? Much like the last 50 times people asked me about it, I don't care, Jason. I don't care about Apron at all. Stop asking me about shitty SPAC stocks that have dropped to all-time lows. Please. Dear God. Do you have higher resistances for Baba? Can we see? Yeah. So Baba has two upside gaps to fill. It's got one here that it's currently filling, and then another here. That's basically just one giant gap because one kind of takes over where the other ends. So I could fill up into this like 104, 105 range, which is all I'm playing right now. Honestly, I'll be happy if it just breaks like 101.54. Good volume on it though. It's got a pretty good shot. I love how everyone asks me about Baba once it's up. Like, I bought it, no one says a fucking word because it was red. Now that it's up 13%, everyone's like, I want to go long on that. What do you think of AMTX? It was one of your Pickles picks. Is the current run over? I think it was like a Pickles pick like a while back. Yeah, I would say, I mean, it got rejected like really, really cleanly, like right off of the resistance there. I would definitely at least expect the pullback to go to here. Looks like it's bouncing a bit. Yeah, I mean, it might be rising right, just like right back into that risk level, right? So I would say that wait and confirm this. This is on the 1 week. Sorry, I would wait and confirm this. If this does break, then I would target a little higher, maybe like 13. Ew. You know what? I have fucking 2 weeks. 88% pullback. Economic data is this week. Tomorrow's personal income, personal spending. And Powell speaking at 10 a.m. from Jackson's Hole. PCE tomorrow. Core PCE tomorrow. Wholesale inventories. Retail inventories. Michigan consumer sentiment. Yeah, I don't think I want to be short into tomorrow. Oh, never mind. Baba is so gappy. I don't know how gappy it is. It's Powell has a speech today. Really? When? Not a scheduled one. He has one tomorrow at 10 a.m. I didn't know he had one today, though. Want some bear market crash tinfoil? Sure. Oh, this is terrible. Stop trying to compare the current crash to '08 and like 2018 and 2020. Looks pretty similar. It does, I know. But just because it looks similar doesn't mean we're going to get a crash, right? We can just get a big correction without actually crashing. Seeking Alpha is always pushing Baba. I mean, it's a great stock to make money on. What stock do you currently own and feel confident about, but nobody seems interested in? Huh. EPAM? Like, the thing's done nothing but just fucking rocket up for the last, like, month. And no one really pays attention to it. It's gone up $150 a share since I bought into it. EPAM is now my long port. Been an amazing one. Yeah. What cheaper stock do you own that you're very confident about? I'm pretty into Fubo right now. I like it quite a bit. The flash crash in March of 2021 happened during OPEX week, and the recovery was on a Thursday. How could this happen? I mean, 2021 didn't really have a flash crash. It was just like a correction, right? At least I don't know if I'd call it a flash crash. It also happened over like several days. It started in Feb, downturned into March 4th before bouncing, but I mean, it barely broke the trend at the time. Also, it rose into OPEX. Yeah. The bottom was on March 4th, and then it climbed up into OPEX. After OPEX, it dropped off a little bit and then started to come back up again. But that's just like SLD, right? SLD was different back then too, because the deposits would carry out to the end of the month, but instead of being like more continuous like they are now. Jesus Christ, is this gonna fucking break 100 or what? IV keeps going up. Fubo versus Rev. I mean, I think Rev has a lot of potential, right? But it has like a shitload of risk. So I've got money in it, but I'm not gonna put like all of like a shitload of money in it because it's like it just go to zero and you're fucked. So yeah, I'm not gonna like full port Revlon. But I mean I have a decent amount of money in Revlon. I actually have less money in Fubo, but Fubo is more of like a long-term play. I just like what they're doing with their business right now. And I think it's very undervalued. With your interest in Fubo, are you shifting focus to businesses with a more likely future? You know, instead of bankrupt ones. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's a lot of negatives on the Fubo balance sheet, all right? Calm down. Jimmy not reacting positively to fund pressure at all today. Do you see significant internalization? I mean, we can't really check that till tomorrow, but yeah, the internalization on GME is already sky high. I don't really know how much higher it's gonna go, but it does make me wary holding covered calls with that much constant utilization. I will check GME's like dark pool volume today or off exchange volume. Looks like 38.6% of volume. Although GME's traded almost to no volume today, 38.6% of it is dark pool volume. See if Baba can pull back to the 30 one more time. And more bullish. Oop. Sorry. What's Bobby doing? Bobby did some shit into close and overnight that looked interesting. No. Don't worry, I'll full port Rev so you don't have to. Thanks. Thanks, Carl. What do you think the floor is on Rev? The $5 range? Yeah, but like every time we flash crash down to like $6, it snaps back to 8. So, I mean, people are very willing to buy it at 6. It may be hard to actually get any shares cheaper than that. What is your wheat position? I have 8, 9, and $10 calls for January. I've been buying more JJG, but I'll probably roll my Jans out to April. Um, or well, my 9s and 10s I'll probably roll out to April soon because they're down a little bit. I was waiting for a small bump, or at least like a volatility bump, which it's starting to get. The Ivy's starting to pick up on it. So if Ivy picks up a little more, I'm gonna roll out my 9s and 10s to April. But I've been buying more JJG than wheat lately. It's just it's just a super long, boring play. And you have to maintain exposure to it because like pricing on commodities like that, like when speculation kicks in, it just it's very unexpected. What's a price you'll buy more Rev? 5 something? I might buy some at like the next move down towards like low $6 range. When you first started trading, did you ever find the options plays that you only bought 1 or 2 options for always seemed to do well, but the ones you spend a lot of capital on didn't? No. I didn't. I mean, when I first started trading, I didn't use options. Not heavily. If I used them for anything, it was to like hedge share positions. Like I actually use them for what they're supposed to be for. What's your theory on why they're internalizing so much at the moment when there shouldn't be any obligations left? Hit us with your most bullish tinfoil theory, please. Bullish tinfoil theory. I mean, it could be that there's still obligations due for OPEX. They're just much smaller, right? And they've chosen to internalize the remainder of the obligations due, and they're going to bleed them out into active fund buy pressure like we're seeing right now, where GME volume's just static and the SPY's ripping. Like that means that there's buyers, but those buy orders are being satisfied via inventory, right? They're not being satisfied on the lit exchange. I really recommend people go and read the DD that I wrote um like a couple weeks ago uh about liquidity in the market and how it pertains to these meme stocks, and maybe you'll get a better idea of not only why the market's been running kind of counterintuitively, but also, yeah, I do. Also why the meme stocks are underperforming a bit. I thought options where you make or lose 100% of your money in 5 seconds. Not quite. How much fucking call OI on Baba goes in the money here? Where's the gamma for Baba? Oop. Whoa. I need to calm the fuck down, Chrome. Oh, 36%? Okay, but IV just spiked, so those are like 47% in the money chance. Upper bound is 107.1. There's 203,000 call gamma at $100. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, this might hit 105. Looks very good. If it hits 105, are we going to see 110? Maybe. Skew adjusted Gex is negative 20,000 yesterday. 2,000 today. Yeah, Baba looks really fucking good, actually. I get more? So fucking greedy, right? Oh, I'm good. It seems like Ivy came down. Ivy repriced. They priced it now higher. But yeah, there was some fluctuation there that was kind of weird. Do you have a better chance of being assigned via CSPs for September 2nd or September 16th? Probably September 2nd. If your goal is to be assigned to them. That actually sounds logical and not that tinfoily. Oh. I want to point out one of the things you said yesterday that really stuck with me. Weeklies are almost exclusively for intraday swings. Very rarely, only 4 or 5 DTE do you hold overnight. Yeah, and generally only if they're already pretty far in the money will I consider holding them overnight. It's a shame I'm not through hooked on phonics yet, but I heard you did so well on the test at the end of book 3. I was told that you received not only a star but 2 hearts as well. If you bought into spy puts at 416.50, is it looking risky to hold on? If it dumps, I don't have cash to buy puts until tomorrow. What date did you buy them for, Mike? Are they short dated? If they're short dated, yeah, it's a little risky. I set a $3 limit on Rev in case it flash crashed again. I have one of those set too. I fucking love Baba. Um, the current course SPY is on, even though it's on really low volume. I would say that it's going to It's probably going to test like 418. My goat took it for me. Tesla look like it's forming another Head and Shoulders. Yeah, Tesla looks super shitty right now. Actually, I'm gonna get some puts. Mm. Hey, look, they're still expensive as fuck for no apparent reason. I'm gonna get a fill there, though. Oh no, Baba. Baba 107, upper bound. Not likely. But I could see like 104. 104, 105. I don't know if I want to hold through this fucking sell off though at 100. It's actually holding pretty well. That's impressive. Okay. No fucking paper hands here, I guess. I think I'm gonna get some more VIX positions today, but I'm probably just gonna buy back into my $24 position because I sold that yesterday when it was up, like in the morning yesterday. Oh, there they are. We're looking at a pullback too. 100. Would you enter SPY puts at 418? I would consider it. I already went over the theory, Lulu. Just rewind to the last time you asked me the question. Just joined. Are you still holding Jamie OPEX exposure? No. I just sold a shitload of covered calls yesterday. The Borg have obviously adapted. Any theories on how they're going around these OPEX cycles yet? No, I just don't think they created any significant obligations. I mean, we didn't expect a lot out of August anyway. We just got way less than even the lowest expectations. I kind of cover it in this morning's DD, if you want to go take a look at that. What Greeks, if any, are you looking at to maximize CCs? Low theta, high delta? Not very high delta. I'm not really looking to maximize my covered calls. I sold a decent number yesterday at like 35. and then the rest at 40. No, some 38s too. I just bought some calls on Gmail. Isn't that crazy? Why? Is £1,000 for a 3090 a good deal? What do you need a 3090 for? That's my question. Like, I bought the 3080 Ti, and the only thing I've done is play Teamfight Tactics on it. Do you guys think Cat has room to keep running, or just chopping this channel? No, it could run more potentially. Although tomorrow's economic data might not be good for Cat. That's the problem, is Cat keeps getting like minimally bullish and minimally bearish news every day. It's a stock that's very exposed to macro conditions, so it's just chopping, yeah, essentially. But the upper range on the current, like the current area it's in, is like 198. I'll just show you guys the Cat chart so you can kind of see why it's doing weird shit. Is it not coming up? There we go. So it's kind of just locked in between these like big resistance points at like 195 and 199, and then it's got stability on this trend line here, which is coming down from, this is a long-term trend line. And so yeah, it's just kind of, it got stuck under the trend line, then it dipped and broke over the trend line, and now it's probably going to get stuck in this range. This is why you buy a lot of theta on Caterpillar, because it can do this kind of bullshit for like a month. Ooh. SPY doing bearish things. Sorry, Baba. So I'm gonna sell. I sold Baba on the downturn in the market, but I do want to note this. Like, Baba is exposed to multiple indices, so it generally doesn't have like a very high beta. It has like, it's not negative, right? But it's low. It's like 0.5 usually. It varies for like the 3-month average. But this looks like the SPY is gonna hit like a pretty hard downturn, and if that's the case, then it will have some effect. I need a 10x play to refill capital for next OPEX. Any picks? I mean, I just like 70%ed on Baba. That was pretty good. I'm assuming that you missed the Tesla put opportunity already. That was nice. I'm doing a little day trading today. That was kind of I've been getting bored watching meme stocks trade flat. Potential Fubo floor. Oh, it could go quite low. Well, quite a bit lower. Not that low. But like 363. Excuse me. Small win from August Fopex. Learned and executed far better risk control. Run would have been nice, but pleased with the tighter control on loss exposure. Looking forward to September. Also possible they let off GME pressure when Bobby ran. I do think they did to some degree. Should we be sus if we see premature OPEXing action? Yes. You should be suspect of any OPEX that doesn't follow a period of steep price decline. It's sure, you could say 366. 363, 366. It's relatively the same support resistance line. As support, I think it's at 363. As resistance, sure, I agree. And usually what you can do there, if you have like a deviation in a resistance and support like that, where it's not just going to be a single line, you have like a 3 or 4 cent gap. You just draw the line in between the two, and you generally will end up pretty accurate. It cleans up your charts. It means it can turn back around. It also means it's less affected by the SPY tanking. It doesn't have negative beta. It has positive beta. It's just not strong. It's not like 1.0. It fluctuates depending. Sometimes Baba really runs against the SPY, but mostly because it's a very popular like volatility short. But generally speaking, it will somewhat track the SPY, like 0.33 to 0.75 beta. Now I think I'm going to re-enter. One. Just got back. GME finally broke 100? What? No. Baba seems to fall in the latter half of the day. Is this because of foreign exchanges closing? Sometimes, yeah. I think it's a more popular stock on foreign exchanges than it is in the US. Also, like, lack of arbitrage opportunities. Which shill stock was that then? Baba? Maybe? Ew. Spy's doing a gross. Guys, stay in this position though. Right? Hmm. Do you have any cover calls for GME right now? Yeah, a lot of them. ACIW, same like Fubo? No. Stop trying to pump your shitty stock, Bipolar Bear. Although I'm starting to wonder if I should maybe begin closing some of these GME cover calls. Because we didn't get a high to fade, I sold calls at 40 and 45 for September 9. Low delta, but ultra safe for me. Yeah, that's fine. GN, there's the GN and closing price hadn't been below DN. Okay. Except Feb 2021. Is this a recent phenomena? I noticed it prior to this month. I think it also occurred before 2021. Delta neutral today is fucked up, by the way, which I mentioned in the daily. Why close CCs? I mean, I'm up a bunch, and a lot of them are for like September 16th. So I might roll them out. I sold like a lot of GME 35s when we were trading at like 33. Um so it seems smart to pull them back. I don't know, they're up quite a bit. If we drop much lower, I mean they're gonna be up like almost 50% with 14 days till expiration. Just makes sense to pull them back at that point and reposition. No, I'm just thinking. So, yeah, I mean, take profits, right? So I've already gotten 50% of the profits on calls I sold yesterday, right? So if I buy them back, I'm making 50% of the premium. And I'm removing like 80% of the risk, 90% of the risk. That seems like a pretty easy choice. That's how much is left of the risk, Posty. I mean, yes, technically 100% of the risk is removed. But there's not 100% of the risk left or remaining. Well, I guess you could argue it both ways. It's kind of just arguing semantics, though. I don't treat CCs like YOLO. No problem, man. I like to wait till I'm 90% on CCs, and then with 3 days left to expiration, then the price spikes, I panic and buy them back with only 5% profit. Don't forget the inevitable price drop immediately afterwards. Piece of shit. I borrowed money from my mom to send you this. Thanks for being in a good mood today. No problem, Bipolar Bear. Tell your mom I said thank you. You can't see the bottom of the GME chart. It might be a good time to buy back covered calls. I sold a couple dozen Fubo CSPs at 10:30. I stepped away. If there's a man upstairs, he's just fucking trolling me. Is Baba dead? Not necessarily, but I'd wait for the spy a little bit. This here's my problem: is this looks kind of bearish. And if the market drags back down to like 414, that'll be really bad for Baba. A little bullishness there. We get some more theta on these. No. I don't know if like the second shoulder here is gonna be enough for this to break 100. Like we need a more consistent uptrend, I think. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this upside. Kind of bearish. Is that not a head and shoulders? It is. But there's, I mean, if you're day trading, there is a second shoulder on a head and shoulders, right? Don't forget that when you're looking at something like a head and shoulders form. Yeah. That second shoulder is still bullish, very briefly, but bullish all the same. Am I wrong here? But are near the money puts September 30p, 31p very expensive for a little price gain, like not even worth doing? For Jimmy, September 16. Yeah, they kind of suck. Fuck, I kind of want to sell some. Interesting. They might be worth selling though. Are you buying puts and calls before JPOW today? His speech is tomorrow. It's tomorrow at 10. Can you put ape on the screen? Can you go fuck yourself? It's okay. He's a pigeon whale. This is how we talk to each other. Support SPY 416.25 or all the way down to 414. It's finding a little support here. It's just a head and shoulders though. Like this is continuously declining volume and a head and shoulders. I wouldn't be surprised if this shoulder is not very strong. Maybe I just play like the intraday 416. Jesus, those are overpriced. Gotta be a right time to choose these. Oh. Yeah, Jimmy's not having a great day. At my current net pace, or at my current pace, my net cost basis on Jimmy will be 0 before the year's end. Fuck yeah, man. Awesome. See if we can make my money back on the SPY now. Tesla dead? It dropped like crazy overnight from 900 to under 3. Is Elon dumping again? The fucking stock split, Victor. I'm gonna sell cash secure puts on my Berk A. Well, you would need 100 shares of that, Balani. And then I'm pretty sure Berk A doesn't have options. Well, I definitely timed those puts correctly. Fantastic. Heard rumors on Grindr that you got out of your GME short position just before Warden disappeared, and that you're now slowly making back that money on the Pigeon Whale institution. That's false. Me and Melvin closed our short positions at the same time before the run up in January. Sorry if you mentioned this already today. What would be a good entry into shares on GME these days? I mean, I still have a big problem buying GameStop above like 25. I don't like it. I wonder why options prices aren't updating. Buying back weekly CCs for profit is tight. It is fun. What are your short to medium term expectations for Fubo? I'm considering selling some CCs and wondering how far out I should sell. Are October 5s good? I think it's a little volatile to sell them out that far. Like IV's high. You don't need to sell far dated calls. Like you don't need to capitalize on theta too much unless you're trying to go really far out of the money. Baba's almost worth holding despite the downturn due to its tendency to gap up in the mornings. It's probably worth buying calls at close if that's the strategy you're trying to do. Like weeklies at close, and you just eat the overnight theta and hope for it to gap up in the morning. Really? Tesla's gonna find support at 291? What is that, like 873? Yeah, that's bullshit. Is there a person here who is a perfect embodiment of chat? Like one person to describe us all? Popcorn trader, maybe? How dare you? Well, he acts stupider than he is, and he's stupider than he acts. So, you know, that's saucy. Any decent strikes to sell Revlon CCs? Most don't look attractive. They're not very attractive. I would probably wait for like some price volatility before selling any. So I was down 90% on my 3x long Tesla. After the 3-to-1 split, I'm only down 30%, right? No, you're still down 90%. Want to make 4 grand? Buy 1,000 Tesla shares, sell one DTE in the money CC, get assigned tomorrow. Ta-da! Make 4K. Except Tesla. What if Tesla opens tomorrow at 275? Now you have 1,000 Tesla shares and and 4 grand, but a $30,000 loss. More. 180, 182. There you go. And I fucking do it again. I'm not sure if I want to exit my DDS position yet. Yeah, it's being kind of a tricky bastard, isn't it? Do you know how long you can hold SQQQ shares because the decay eats you alive? Um, it's like over a year. It's not really bad till after a year. If you have options though, that time frame accelerates significantly. I don't have any market questions, but I just wanted to say hi. What's up, man? You got it, dude. Do you see Meta hitting COVID crash levels during the next market downturn? I'm bullish as fuck on them in the next 3 to 5 years. Um, can you tell me why? Like, why are you bullish as fuck on them? I can absolutely see Meta hitting lower lows, but I'm just wondering why you're bullish on them. I'm never bullish on Meta, but that's just obstinacy. I fucking hate Facebook. Have you ever used an Oculus? Yeah, I have one. It's okay. You know, you'll all be talking out of the other side of your mouths when Elon Musk opens up his robot cat houses where you can exchange tiny horses for intimate pleasures. What a sentence. Well, we know that Elon Musk uses horses as payment for sexual assault. So we can only assume that when he opens up his robotic whorehouses in the future, that will be the only acceptable payment. Either that or like some sort of crypto like horse coin. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Do you see Rev 35s going below 0.9 for the next FTD period? They're looking very cheap compared to last week's. I hope so. That's my hope that they will go below that price. Fractional horses was depicted very, very differently in The Godfather. Fair. No problem, HD Evo X. What's on SLG? Hmm. It's at a really good fucking price. New York State real estate's picking up right now, but real estate in general is kind of in a bad place. I don't know. I would look more into their available capital. Like, can they actively invest in depreciating assets or no? Let me look at their finances real quick. What's their cash flow doing? Balance sheets. They got about 10 billion in assets, on current assets, total duration. See, they sold off some property this last quarter, last two quarters, but they were buying in Q3 of 21. Um, Maybe it's gonna be tight for a few years though. I would love to have a mini horse. Me too. I don't even like horses, but to have a miniature one. What are good buy and hold stocks to get CCs on forever? Fang? Yeah, Fang's really good for covered calls. I've uh I've made an obscene amount of money on Tesla covered calls over the years. For the couple of months that I've had Amazon shares, I've made pretty good money on covered calls there too. When it's cheaper, Paris? Why is my ear bleeding? Stop sticking the Q-tip all the way in. My thesis is that you didn't have to donate again. Meta will be the first large-scale, first-to-market on VR. VR will replace consoles, PC as kids' first choice for entertainment in the coming years. Meta will be cheaper than consoles and the most monetized. The Tesla of the VR world for years to come. But VR technology is still... I mean, are you going to hold it forever? They're trying to get it as cheap as possible and hold it for a super fucking long time. Let me see. Isn't it kind of already below COVID crash levels? I mean, I don't know if you're going to get it in the 123 range, but you might be able to get it at like 150. You're going to need to wait for a pretty serious market drop. But yeah, you could potentially get it around 150. Probably Q4. I would look. But even DCAing a little now probably isn't terrible. Thoughts on Palantir going to the next few years? I already own like 10,000 shares of it. I don't think they're growing at all. Remember, they don't make money. That's the biggest problem with Palantir. They have a lot of debt and they don't make any money. If you want, Hazy, just remind me and I'll DM you my meta chart later. You tell me why Bobby's subreddit is wrong on 108% short interest? It's just some data glitch from fucking Yahoo Finance. Are you seeing any of my messages today? AMD has been on a downtrend. Do you see it going back to 71? Or will Sube turn it around? I don't think AMD's Q3, or like Q3 and Q4 are going to be very good. I've talked about that a lot. I expect AMD to kind of downturn into the end of the year. So yeah, probably back into that like $80 range. Like this next earnings coming up, I think is going to be a little bit worse. And then the Q4 earnings pretty bad. After that, you might see the low. Or a really good entry. I mean, to be fair, I also think AMD's worth like $160 a share. I think it's still massively undervalued, but there is some downside there. It's also turning around or more downside. Hard to say. This will probably get rejected. If it doesn't, I'll probably close my puts. Volume's falling off, so that's a good sign. Maybe a little volatility over the 60. And then you want to see if this gets rejected here. Oops. There you go. SPY, kind of a bullish turnaround. Yeah, I'll close these. Remember when 3D TVs were a thing? I do. No, of course it gets rejected on the next candle. This is still like inverse head and shoulders, though. This is pretty bullish, both on the SPY and Tesla. What's Rev doing? Palantir is my heaviest bag. It's I have a negative cost basis on Palantir, and I still don't like holding it. Because you borrow money to develop, like, if you don't use your money to buy shit. This is like, it's seriously, it's rich people rule number one. If you can get money at like 1% or 2%, why the fuck would you use your own money? Is it possible the American financial system is just so powerful that we won't get fucked? Like, if everyone else is, don't we just prop up the global economy? I don't sub to that fully. Well, you know, if our financial system isn't strong enough, our army is, right? It's the ultimate hedge. Someday it'll come down to that. Use our dollar or we'll fuck you up. You think AMD has downside despite their new Ryzen line out next month? I mean, I think the backlash from the supply chain constraints and the dropping prices and video cards in demand will affect them, yes. They're a manufacturer, so. What's your opinion on the Phase 6 margin starting in September for ISDA? I don't think it's super relevant to anything we do. Really, you want to go full port into a stock that hasn't missed a dividend in forever? There's not going to be a lot of growth there, right? Do you have any exposure to OPEX right now on GMA? No? I realize that we're past OPEX. Is there any reason to hold optimism that GMA will experience price improvement today or this week? Not really. What kind of institution could be trusted for financial advice? I'm yet to trick you into giving me some yourself. How about 60,000 pounds? Oh, about 60,000 pounds. I mean, in England, I'm not sure what you would use, but like a financial planner or something like that. Somebody with a legal duty to like a fiduciary duty to you that has a responsibility for your assets. Um, like a financial planner or financial advisor. I don't know how investments into hedge funds works in England. Like I don't think they're publicly accessible. After 13 after 13 months of losing money, I finally feel brave enough to come out as a Dan. I was always one, but I didn't want to admit it. Thanks, Gurk, for this community you've built, which accepts all of us regards. Thank you, F1 Dan. Riven puts? Yeah, I have some. I might get some more. I haven't really gotten a chance to average them down. at least not significantly enough for me to want to get more of them, but eventually I will. What do you think will happen to Jamie's price now that we've no-paxed? It looks like it's gonna kind of trade in this range, at least for the near term. I don't see a lot of downward pressure coming in. I think that'll depend on the market. Probably a little once they dump some of this internalization, if and when they can. Um, Maybe a little more strong, like another period of strong correlation with the SPY. Thoughts on Google? It's up today. I have covered calls on it, so I'm not gonna say I'm super bullish on it for the near term. Yeah, the only problem I have here is uh, there's arguably like a small upside gap. It's filled, but yeah, this like I think it's gonna continue to trade mostly in this like 113 to 115 range for like a little while longer. If we see another market downturn, and it will depend on the market, I think, we might see a pullback towards like 108, but probably not much lower than that. You know, when you're discussing like value investments, like Google has an almost impenetrable moat. They're basically a functioning monopoly, right? As you know, I'm a regard who learned options the hard way, grinding my way back into. Oh, okay, I already answered that. What's the Riven play? Only based on technicals? Mostly. Um Also, I mean the company's kind of garbage, but it's mostly based on the technicals. Like the setup is very reliable for some downside. The puts are cheap right now too. What's up with the low volume on Revlon? It's just a low volume day. It's trading like 700,000 volume. Are you still holding Palantir if you hate it? Just sell it. Because I think someday I could sell it for double and it's already free. Right? I mean, I just saw covered calls on it, so it's just free income generation. I guess it ties up an amount of capital, but I'd like to sell it at least a little bit higher. Like maybe like 20. If it hit 20 again, I'd probably bail on the whole position. Why haven't kilts caught on more? I have no idea. I'm not gonna say that Girk Spolmeo guy. What news or event tomorrow are you speaking with regards to cat? For tomorrow, let's see, what's gonna affect cat tomorrow? Goods trade balance and probably like core PCE will have an effect tomorrow. Oh no. You know it's true. Guybrush Threepwood is mid at best. You're gonna start like a whole fucking thing in here for what? What do you have to gain? Son of a bitch. I missed my exit. Um Where did RC boof OPEX? I don't know. All those financial planners lend out your shares. If you're long on anything, Stefan, you should be lending your shares. The act of lending should not slow the growth of an asset. It slows price realization, which is different. And that's only if price realization is slow. Do you think BBY announcement will be that they plan on launching their own NFT marketplace? If so, how long do you think it will be before we can buy Scrub Daddy NFTs? You could probably just make one and sell it yourself. Google holding what? $500 billion cash? Yeah, roughly. Is there anything we expect to hear out of Jackson's Hole? Well, if you drop a pebble in it, you might have to wait a little while. Fed officials, no call yet on 50 versus 75 rate hike next month. If they go with 75, it's going to be rough. I was kind of mad about how people never lost money using Rad Financial. What the fuck is that? You need to step your game up. How do you determine your next entry if there isn't much imminent price movement? Well, then I would just sell like more theta, right? The other day, you said we need to know how to draw two lines to sell covered calls correctly. Can you please go into some more detail about that? No, that was the point of the comment. Is it doesn't need, you just need to be able to draw a support and a resistance, and you sell outside of them, or yeah, CSPs or covered calls. Rick James, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. When are you coming to Scotland?
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Yeah, no time soon. How low could Riven go? I'm targeting like 25. $26. What's the most likely outcome by January, in your opinion? I don't think they're going to go out of business. I think they're going to restructure their debt. And probably pull ahead. The question is, can they increase their profitability and, you know, turn around their brand recognition, which they may be able to do. Or if they can get bought out, that'd be cool too. Ban which guy? Selling CCs is better than lending your shares. Not if you're a financial, like a financial advisor is not going to sell covered calls on your behalf. Then you're managing the position on your own. This conversation I'm having with Stefan has to do with financial planners and advisors loaning your shares out. Anyway, Jettle. Yes, the returns from selling covered calls beat the returns from lending your shares. Depending on the stock. I could see, with some big blue chips, maybe not. Also, you know, one's actively managed, the other is not. You know, which is a big difference. Not everyone has the time, nor does everyone care about actively managing their portfolios. Just a neutral loaner of money for profit. No, I don't have any exposure to anything European. Assuming a market works out its current madness sometime, what's safer? 100% Google, 100% Apple, or 100% Spy? Well, Spy is quite a lot of Apple and Google. I guess that depends on your entry. Like all three things will exist, but if there's a crash, they'll be a lot cheaper. Any chance we trade sideways tomorrow? Most likely big ups or big downs. Which GME? GME probably kind of flat. They didn't get that loan without some kind of turnaround plan. BMG. This Dillionaire membership is so worth it. You get a free member chat, so you can say things no one really cares about, but it's free and highlighted. So meh. Nice, Lugs.
You used it well. Oh, I don't care about Rivian's future very much. I mean, they're they're in quite a lot of debt, and their turnaround to profitability is very, very far away. But mostly it just looks good on the technical side, and upside on Rivian right now is kind of weak still. Can you explain how you choose your price target for Rivian? Well, it's currently on an uptrend. If it breaks down, there's a gap down to about $25. Rev, not Bobby. Bobby's fucked. Like BB, like Bed Bath and Beyond is dead, right? They should just shutter them all and focus on Harmon and Baby if they really wanted to be a profitable company. Or just close all their retail locations and focus on online only sales. But I'd imagine they'd have a hard time beating Amazon in that arena. Or Target or Walmart. No, there's still a reg show play. That has nothing to do with the value of the stock, right? Or the value of the company. Are you totally out of Bobby? Yeah. Are you talking about Rivian or the 1990s game Riven? Not Rivian. Wall Street Bets FOMO doesn't do anything, really, to a stock that isn't already happening to it. Plus announcement. Yeah, the announcement might do something. We'll see. Let's see if it stays on Reg Show until September 2nd, 6th. How cheap can Jimmy get? I doubt you'll get it much cheaper than like 28. If we went below 28, not only would that be super bullish, I would be very surprised. Yeah, Amazon killed him dead. Forbes dropped an article. Gary Gensler resign? Really? He must have gotten a very lucrative position somewhere. Is he going to work for Citadel? How long are you looking to play the Rivian downside? January? Uh, these puts are for September 16th. I was thinking a little more near term than that, maybe. Baba's being a fucking cock tease. I'm gonna buy $100 calls on it again. Who's bearish on Rev? What's the point? It's at $6. Forbes wants Gary Gensler to resign. Oh, okay, that's not nearly as exciting. Aha. What rate hike do you think is priced in right now? Basically none of them. It's just that the long-term effects of rate hikes have yet to be felt. FUBA recovery. Wait, don't say that. Oh shit. Maybe. Do I buy back my covered calls? I don't know. Wait, no. First, I sell CSPs. $4. God damn it. Okay. Do you have an IV target for re-entry into Revlon? Not particularly. I have a premium target for the 35 January calls, which is like sub 0.6, ideally. Or I'll start buying them at sub 0.6. Got any GME calls right now? Not long ones. Was the SPY broken? It traded at VWAP for 40 minutes. Looks a little more bearish now.
Starting to pull away. Would you go longer on Rev if not bankrupt, or would you wait for long-term plan news? If they can effectively move through their Chapter 11, I would probably, if it starts to look like they're going to reconsolidate their debt and, you know, continue forward as a company, I may go a little longer than I am on them already. I'm also probably going to average down soon anyway. Like, if I get a good opportunity in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to double down my position to lower my cost basis. Any difference, any insights on how to tell the difference between a pullback opportunity and a trend reversal on longer time frames? 4 or daily, weekly? Generally, like, PBOs will there'll be a lower volume downside consolidation, and a trend reversal will be a higher volume shift. So if you're gonna confirm it, right, instead of just buying the test, if you're gonna wait to confirm, a higher volume pullback would generally be a trend reversal. You can also, you know, if you're really trying to play a trend reversal, you could wait till the trend reversal is confirmed, right? Like, you can wait until it's very obviously no longer a pullback opportunity. But generally it's best to look at those on like the 4 and 1 hour. Oh, and pay a lot of attention, especially if the stock trades decent volume in after hours. If you're looking for a turnaround, look at after hours volume. Like, after hours pre-market volume, if it's up, that can also indicate a trend reversal. What price target are you looking to double down on Rev? Still sub 5? I don't know if I'll get sub 5, but I'd like to. Sub 6 at this point would be awesome. It seems to have a really hard time dropping below 6 the last few days. We'll see what happens as it gets a little more boring over the next 2 weeks. Yeah, people don't like to hold things that aren't moving, especially retail and traders. So just so you know, on Fubo, a fun thing to do, if you're just trying to like grind into some positioning while holding this, um, so Fubo trades in, like, it's trading in a pretty narrow range. Aside from that big breakout, it tends to trade in pretty tight ranges.
The current one being like kind of right here to right here. And on a wider scale, you know, the 460 363 range. You can strangle this. So when it trades below 4, you can sell CSPs at 4, right? And when it trades above 4, you sell CCs at 4. So like at the money strangles. So that way, you know, you're selling shares slightly above 4 if you do get assigned, plus premium, right? And you're buying shares at like 370 ish. Yeah, I don't think BBBY short interest is over 100%. It's just like one data piece from Yahoo Finance, which is not like a reliable or trusted data source. Did you just tell us a free money glitch? No. I missed the Fubo 88 SEC filing outlining a plan to offer stock incentives to employees. Nice. Nice for their employees. Oh, I forgot about Baba, but it's up. Hold on. The spy's fucking tanking hard. I probably don't want to hold this much longer. Yeah. Woo. Tiny profits. DV, welcome to Dillionaire. Also, what's up, bro? Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go
Couple weeks.
racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like a
Tyler.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes.
Thoughts on Tesla price action short term? Shitty. Down.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
You can now stream from you and your friend's vehicle. Wait, he's not in a Tesla. Has APRN hit your radar? Yeah, a lot of people have annoyed me about it. I'm not that interested in it right now. You were meant to get in it. Oh. I get it. So, wait, hold on. So, does it just go like this? It's scaling is atrocious. There we go. Rev tanking more. I know, I'm watching it. Unsubscribed. Yeah, there's no mini horse on the roof. I don't want to look at Elon fucking Musk's face for that long. Sorry. He's a pasty god. At what price do you see FOMO rushing back in for GMA? What price? I mean, if it hit 25, we'll start to see a lot of retail buying again. At least for a few minutes, you're replaced by AMC Gherk? Wait, where? There's no AMC? How do you have a body like that with that much money? Because you have that much money. Well, you think Elon Musk gives a fuck what he looks like? I mean, besides his hair. I mean, long-term health, and you just get new body parts. You have two options in life: get ripped or get rich. In a couple of generations, everyone will look like Elon. That's because he's the most prolific father since Genghis Khan. Puts on international hotel chains. Oh, you know who to buy puts on? What are they called? The people that dip. They dip metal in zinc. I forget what the fuck they're called. Buy puts on them. That's the place. No. Galvanizers? Hot tip galvanizers. That's the one. Yeah, so they have to keep like this smoldering core of zinc boiling at all times. Hear me out. Hear me out. And since Russia's been cutting off the supply of natural gas, it's harder and harder for them to keep like their molten zinc molten. And if it cools down, they're fucked. So, good stuff. Yeah. No, they're going to be super fucked in the coming months. Like the rationing is like already putting them like in a really tricky position. It's a huge industry. They'll just charge more for their services. I mean, it's not really a problem of charging more. The problem is they can't get the supply they need of natural gas. I have no idea what ticker has the most exposure to that. They'll go to the Gulf for natural gas from Germany. You know, natural gas transportation's not the easiest thing in the world, right? We could send our mixtapes to them. That should supply them with more than enough fire. Beautifully put. Yeah, when winter hits and the entire population needs natural gas to heat their homes. I mean, I'm all for the bear case here, but it seems to be a supply issue that's not going to be overcome in the near term. I'm talking about Europe, not Florida. Absolutely correct. Bakeries are shutting down already due to gas ovens. Got to switch back to wood or coal, which is why I'm long BTU. Sisyphus Productions, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Appreciate it. We just shouldn't live in places that are cold. We aren't meant to live in cold weather. It's facts. Really? I don't know if that's a fact. That sounds like horse shit. I'm an engineer in a galvanizing mill. Our mill uses electric furnaces. Natural gas is used to heat up annealing furnaces. Interesting. I will hopefully ask less regarded questions. Has regarded become just the, like, when did this happen? I feel like this change happened overnight. This like politically correct terminology. Is it new? I don't feel like it's not politically correct. Irregardless, irregardless is regarded. Wall Street Bets going woke? Interesting. It's maybe more offensive. Yeah, right? Like, at least there was a non-offensive use of the word retard. Like, to hold back the progress of something when not directly referring to another person. People are getting banned from Reddit for using the actual word. Oh, God. Our bodies have no significant body hair to compensate for cold weather. I'm no biologist. Have you ever met a Greek or Iranian man or Italian? Let me tell you, they have more than enough hair to compensate for cold weather. He was about to say Persian. I know, but I don't want to start the whole Persian thing. I'd be careful fucking around with Getty. BTU entry is at 19. I just keep buying it. I have a little too much right now. Can confirm dad is 100% Italian. That's like a rug on his chest and back. I'm not fucking Persian. God damn it. Everything but the kitchen sink. DD title. Jimmy finna squart. I partially agree with you. But like daily squart, right? Just don't want to. Show me your squart indicator. Squart to like 3450. That's not a squart. I'm not Puerto Rican either. All we need is for retail, both small and large institutions, to stop selling their GME shares and calls and start buying them. Easy. Yeah. Easily said. Right back in again. I'm not gonna lie, Baba looks bullish as fuck into the end of the day right now. I know it's gonna fuck me. It will follow your heart. But I full ported into zinc. How much is a scalp if everything keeps moving in a 0.01% range? Oh, that's just not true. Hey, sorry if this is a dumb question, but if GME is on F-Man, why is December and not November open on the 2023 options chain? That's very weird. May, June. I'm not sure. Oh, December's the leap. So December, Jan, and June are the leap dates. That's a different product. What made you change your mind from waiting till after Wednesday to sell CCs on GME? I mean, I mostly did wait till after Wednesday. I sold them at like the end of the day on Wednesday. Why don't Eskimos have beards, or do they? I don't know. I don't. I don't know. Volume on Spy so bad, I'm certain it's me and four guys trading with each other. Someone poke it. Could use a Revlon Johnson right about now. Fair enough. I wasn't able to get CCs out and feel I need to wait for a little bounce now. You could? I don't know. I mean, we might get a little bounce, maybe back to like 33, 34. I wonder if it's worth pulling back my covered calls though. They're up quite a bit. Pull them back, sell them at the top of the bounce. Yeah, I could do that. What bounce? I mean, Jamie's building up some support. It's gonna pull back. 3165 is like a strong horizontal support. I don't know if it'll pull back all the way to VWAP, but it might. Like the weighted VWAP, which is like 3450. Go, Baba. You can do it. I'm only pulling back my 35s, and they were up like 30%. With 14 days left till expiration. Does it matter what time zone you trade from? I don't think so. Gherk, my bean. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seen
Munger sold his position in Baba. Didn't he? Yeah, I thought that was just like, you know, one of Berkshire Hathaway's more notable trades. Because they're buy and hold investors. So you made 30% of 80 grand. Roughly, yeah. What's your bull case on BTU? For coal? I wrote it up on Dillionaires before. I don't know if I could find it. What does the next batch of ETF FTDs do on GME? August 30th is when they begin. I'm not sure when they peak yet because we don't have the report. Jimmy tanked the last 2 weeks, a sign of shorts returning. Slowly, but yeah. A lot of the well, I guess a lot of people are gonna ask me about Peabody. So a lot of the bull cases, first of all, Peabody's super cheap. It's priced at like 2 to 3 times. It's like free cash flow, depending. It's mostly based on coal being like maintaining a higher demand into the end of this year and next year, especially with the war in Russia. Most of the world's energy, I think, is still derived, like the majority of it is still derived from coal power, like power plants, especially in like China. And then BTU's ramping up production, and they should be ramping up production by Q3, Q4 of this year on their like Australian operation. So I think coal prices are going to go up and their production's going to pick up right around the same time. And that's going to lead to very nice returns on their already relatively underpriced stock. What's the Baba play? Just up. No, I'm seeing if Baba can push up through this resistance and break up to like 104. I've done okay on it today. I picked up like what, like 1,000 earlier, and then like 100, and then I lost 100, and now I'm up down $13. Yes, Peabody. God damn. Peabody Energy? BTU? It's the Peabody Energy Corporation, J-Fresh. I do think the current price is already a little too high to enter, though. Just FYI. Like, I have a cost basis just sub $20. So I don't know if I'd buy it at 28. That a 413.30? I don't know. It looks like I found another level of support here. You think it would be risky to sell Jimmy September 9 CCs, considering there'll be ETF FTDs that week? Yeah. I mean, you just buy them back before the ETF FTDs, right? It's not that complicated, I don't think. RevGen 35 is below $1. Cool. What are your SPY and QQQ expectations going into tomorrow and next week? What's interesting next week? Next week, I think, is like mostly employment shit, right? And then Manufacturing. No, there's no Fed meeting next week. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I have a lot of expectations for the next like 2 weeks. Choppy, maybe some downside depending on what gets announced this week. Out of like the Jackson Hole conference and stuff. Like Powell's speech Friday will be pretty important. I was able to 2x my 3 calls on Rev over the last 2 weeks. Nice, man. Congratulations. Yeah, Rev's been really profitable. Pretty excited about it. I think August CPI down from July. Should be. But that doesn't mean that the Fed isn't going to be more hawkish. I don't think it'll be down as much as July either, because the price of other goods is still rising. Like goods and services went up quite a bit today. So we're still seeing a lot of indication that, you know, inflation's just picking up in other sectors where it fell off in energy. But I think energy's just going to go back up into like mid fall, early winter. It looks like oil's, you know, moving to spike again. And if it spikes in the winter months, you know, it's going to really hurt inflation going into the beginning of next year. So if they're going to try to reduce consumer demand and increase unemployment and reduce housing demand through Fed like rate hikes, then, you know, now would be the time for them to act aggressively. How far out did you sell the 650 cover calls on Rev? I bought back my cover calls on Rev before it spiked yesterday. I haven't sold any new ones, although I really should. I'm kind of waiting to see if it goes back up to like 7. Between now and January, the price will hit $30 KF. That's what you're betting on. In very simplistic terms. Obviously, if you're buying January 30s, you're betting on more than just the price going up that high. You're also betting that, you know, potentially that IV increases beyond its current value. I think Nvidia is a bit overpriced right now. Yeah. I can agree with that. What would be the result of writing a CC, but your cost basis is higher than the current price? How does that work? I mean, you would collect premium. Like, if your cost basis on GME is at 40, right, and you're selling $35 calls, you know, it's very unlikely that GameStop is going to hit 40. It's unlikely that it'll go over 35, actually. So if that's the case, you know, you can just collect the premium at 35, and it reduces your net cost basis by whatever premium you collect. So I'm not super down for starting to get into an average down Rev 35C yesterday and today. Little stupid, but not the worst thing I've heard. It's better than people who bought Rev 35Cs at $10. Bazinga saying BBY short interest has risen to 108%. I think they're assuming free float is 28 million. WeBull says near 80 million. What's the best place to look for float data? BBBY's free float is like 68.7 million, and it's in their earnings report after the share buyback. Yeah, I think it's 68.7. Right in that range. Maybe it's 70 million shares outstanding. Is it worth it trying to buy 100 Fubo and sell CCs on it until it starts to run? Sure. I mean, is it worth it? No, but it's something you can do. Like, if you want to own Fubo while simultaneously making money off of it, yeah. But, you know, a covered call on Fubo is like, what did I sell mine for? $30, and the shares are 4 or 30 cents, and the shares are $4. So, what, like 7.5% return on capital immediately. That's not terrible. Oh, I sold them at 42. Well, anyway, they're worth 31 now. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. But I mean, you're still down the cost of entry, right? Like, that's the problem with covered calls. Like doing a buy right like that is that, you know, the capital expenditure up front is very, very high. Why do you never show Carl any love? What? Carl gets plenty of love. More than he should. Why did you hold them, like, Sean McDanry? Why are you still holding those? Like, why didn't you just sell them when they were up and then buy new ones when it was down? And Jesus Christ, you have so many of them. I mean, their previous high was like, what, 250? I think I'm right, because I sold mine slightly under that and I was pissed. Yeah, they hit 250 a couple times. 166 is possible in the near term. That might give you another opportunity to get out. But, you know, you should have like an idea of where you want to enter and exit those. Like, I don't really want to buy them above 120 ever. And ideally, you know, I'm probably going to sell them above 150 if I do, right? Like, when you're playing a volatility position like that, you can hold it, but generally, you sell them and buy back in because volatility moves so quickly. The opportunity to capture profits on them is very, very short. No problem, man. So if you want to average down, you're going to want to average down at a much cheaper price because you want to get your cost on that option somewhere in that mid range from like 1 to 120, right? And since your cost is like 140, which is in the upper range, you're gonna wanna buy at like 70 or 80 to lower your cost basis. Or you need to wait for it to move back up above 140 or to 140 and then strongly look at exiting with the intention of re-entering at a lower price. Attempt to capture 300% IV on BBBY. Worth buying 100 shares at $9.50 to capture $1 in premium. It's like a, what, an 11% return? It's not terrible, I guess. Should be 1 DTE immediately selling, hold on. You buy, you're doing a buy right, so you buy 975, right at 950? 9? So assuming it doesn't break 10. It's not the worst way to make $50. Would you sell CSPs on Fubo for Jan 2023? No. What are you talking about? CSPs? So I sold CSPs today on Fubo for 32 cents each. Which is absolutely worth it for next Friday. So 8% return for what? 8 days? Not even? 6 days? 6 DT, right? Yeah. You don't need to get like a fat premium and lock up all your money for a year. You're just thinking of it too linearly. Like you're thinking like, oh, this is a 20% return on capital and this is an 8% return on capital. But this 8% return is every fucking week, right? And this is just once. And you're gonna be fucking locked up in that CSP for the rest of this year. Selling Jan 2023 CSPs for Fubo? Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't do that. Good luck. When you're selling options, it's ideal to sell the faster end of theta decay, right? So, you know, you have theta and it drops off, right? It's better to sell this than it is to sell this. Because when you sell here, the value of the option decreases rapidly. Rapid premium decay. How's Baba looking? I'm now up $57. It looks good. It looks strong. We'll see if it pushes up. SPY looks good too. Nice recovery into the bottom side of this. So if the SPY starts pushing up, like, I know it doesn't have a strong effect on BABA, but it has some. 5-10-year cranking. Ooh. That's 20 days or less, yeah. Really it's not here. So like when you hit the end of that and it starts to fall, this is like 30 DTE. This is like 20 DTE. So after 20 days, obviously the decay becomes far more rapid, right? It keeps accelerating after 45 DTE. There's breakpoints. Is there a near-term bull case for Fubo? There could be. So if Fubo starts to pick up a lot of interest right now while it has relatively high IV, and I think the changes they're making to the company are going to draw an institutional interest. If that happens, right, and that drives illiquidity in Fubo's float, I think it will start to pick its OPEX cycles back up. And if it does, then getting the stock at $3 or $4 will be very valuable if it's cycling up between like 13 and dropping to 8 every quarter, right? I'm telling you, bro, calls on Snow. I have Snow Leaps. It's a good company. It's more of like a long-term hold for me, but I own some. Also, I think I have like 200 shares of it. Snow is better Palantir, if anyone's curious. Set a buy for 100. Jan 35's on Rev for 0.55. Hopefully we'll get a fill in the next week or two. Do you think this might be a possibility before FTDs pick back up? Maybe. That'd be a very good entry point for that call, if that does happen. Phase IV spike? Not a sufficient one, but I might get out on it. Ooh. Yeah, maybe I'll stay in. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah. All right. I'll hang out a little longer. That plays purely technicals, by the way. Is Jan 2023 considered a leap? Yes. Here's the problem with playing longer time frames on Baba. It's very erratic and it has a lot of overnight movement. You generally won't see me swing trade Baba ever. Most of the time my entries on Baba are intraday. If I am swing trading Baba, it's because of like larger macro news that's bullish for it. But I very rarely have like a swing trade open on it. Because Baba can close at like 105 and open at 88. It can also close at 105 and open at like 120. It's just really risky. Long-term price target for Fubo, I'd like to see it get back up into like the 20s, and I would consider maybe getting out. But at that point, I might just be selling covered calls on it, right? What I see in Fubo, I told myself I was going to keep this one in the Dillionaires, but it's not going to happen. So, what I see in Fubo is the potential for kind of what I think people wanted to get out of Bobby, right? Like, people wanted Bobby to grow and turn into a, like, get out of its problematic situation, and grow into a better company, long-term holding, covered call potential, which would allow you to compound your interest in the stock. I see that in Fubo. So I see Fubo picking up Ivy, picking up share value into like the next 2 quarters, 3 quarters, and then I see that becoming a very profitable covered call position, a profitable long position, and a profitable like cyclical options position, right? So I might be really early on it, to be fair, but I do think it has potential. I'm about to smash my computer. My 1 DTE GME calls are going bad. Why do you have 1 DTE GME calls? Yeah, and most importantly, I see it as a stock where in the future, I'll be able to sell you guys my covered calls on it. Thanks, Gordon Ramsay. I hope it's because I was bullish on GME this morning. Did you change your picture again? JFresh, you can't taunt and tease the pores. They don't know better. And you know they're going to buy weeklies. Why would you listen to him? He's a cat and frequently incorrect. So you're saying RC will pump Fubo and then rug pull us? My concern with Fubo is that there are big players in the streaming space and other companies have come in, bought distribution rights, and lost them in a year or two later and then fell off hard. Yes, in the streaming space, but Fubo also has exposure to online betting. And so far have shown an ability to not only get distribution rights, but maintain their distribution rights. They just got the Euro, like the English Premier League rights for all of Canada. They've signed agreements with multiple states for online betting, where online betting has been legalized. They seem to be on top of any legalization efforts from states to legalize online betting, and their UI isn't terrible, and they're a lot ahead as far as the online sports betting goes. They're ahead of a lot of other companies, and that makes them also a very attractive acquisition, right? Which, if you're a shareholder at these prices, is very beneficial to you. Is there a benefit to buying super long dated in the money calls? Sure, it's cheaper than buying the stock right now. That, my friend, is called front running. Hey, to be fair, when I wrote about Fubo, I didn't own any of it. So everyone had the same opportunity to get in. And actually, there have been better opportunities to get in than when I bought in. Worse ones, also. But it ran up to $8 the day after, but better ones as well.
We'd rather you talk about stocks on stream instead of keeping them strictly Dillionaire. Dillionaire just gets us early access to the trade. I know, but like the problem with that is like the whole thesis and like the trade parameters are in Dillionaire. And then like I feel like if I talk about it on stream, people just like YOLO into shit stupidly, right? And that fucks them because they don't know the trade parameters. That's why I try not to do it, right? Not because I fucking give a shit about talking about things I posted in Dillionaires or like trying to keep it behind a paywall. It's that people just try to play the trade even though they don't understand it because they heard other people talk about it. How many Fubo shills do you currently hold? A couple. I have leaps. I have shares. I tried to play OPEX. That wasn't great. But I caught some profits on that like $8 like that run earlier on like the 16th. Jan leaps on Fubo too short of an expiry. I don't. I have $5 for Jan 23. I have $10 for Jan 2024. Like think of how much money like you guys blow on options. Right? This is how I look at Fubo. Think of how much money you guys blow on options, and then think about this. Most people don't know anything. Most people don't even know options exist. I would say like 95% of the population does not know what an options contract is, right? And then figure all that part of the population. 50% of them are gambling on sports. More than 95 don't know. I mean, I think knowledge of stock options is not that uncommon. Anybody with like a business degree should know what a fucking stock option is. I think it's a very good entry. The CEO recently bought shares just under $3.50. Again, he's been pretty consistently buying up shares of the company at lower prices. I think he's averaging down his own cost basis, but he now owns like 22% of the company, which is pretty bullish. Yeah, I did an interview with them like a while back. James. I know who they are. Do you have any tips on picking up chicks at Walmart? Always use your American Express black card at the checkout. That's really the best way. Freg taught me that. I miss him. Fubo's long-term outlook could look really good depending on Canada and the US perform at this year's World Cup, considering that the stars of those teams play in Europe, which Fubo has the rights. Yeah.
Well, that's one of the more attractive things about Fubo is its current price. There's not that much downside. Like, I don't think they're going out of business anytime soon. They're pretty well funded. And you know the price of the stock right now is already very, very low. I'm not saying it can't drop back into that $2 range, but I think I would just buy more at that price. When studying TA, e.g. on SPY, how important are local higher highs? E.g. we just got a local higher higher, then rejected immediately and recovered. They're relevant. On the SPY, because it generally trades so much volume. It's not right now, but generally it does. You know, local higher highs are usually pretty good confirmation. So right now it's got a higher high, higher low. It's breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders, right? This whole formation is bullish. So you know it's been building up, and then you know you can look at that on a longer time frame to confirm it. Like here on the 5-minute, right? You have the dip. Then this is your peak low, recovery, higher low, and that implies, you know, a move into a higher high. I don't know how important it is, but it helps. It's not a bad point of confirmation. What's more important is that the SPY cross VWAP. Generally, when the SPY crosses its volume weighted average price for the day, it will pick up volume, either to the up or downside. Confirm, I have an in-depth knowledge of options. My brother knows shit about them, but loves to bet on sports. Yeah. I'd say 99%. My friend who has an MBA in finance doesn't know what it was. Didn't know what it was. An options contract? How? How do you get an MBA in finance without knowing what an options contract is? Put $20 on a sports game. It makes 100 times more fun to watch. Cheaper than a bucket of Michelob Ultra at the bar. Fair enough. Having something. People like to have money on the line. I don't know why, but they do. You know, say what you want about stocks, and even shitty weeklies have better odds than most sports bets or lottery scratch offs or tickets. Everything's got better odds than lottery tickets, but scratch offs have better odds, right? They're like you win something every like 1 in 10 or whatever. How do you feel about DKNG? I think they might buy out Fubo. But yeah, it's a similar concept. I don't like the way the companies run as much. Also, the price point's not as attractive. So you're saying if we teach more people about options, bring them in here, we have our own Ponzi scheme. I mean, that's not how Ponzi schemes work. Because it would be unstructured. That would not be successful. Fubo is the best platform for soccer fans. The game is growing quickly. Fubo TV could really capitalize on this. World Cup in 2026. Yeah, also I think they're retaining their rights to their Univision contract, which makes them one of the most popular like Latino community streaming services, which is a big market, right? Like Spanish language channels. And as you know, people cut the cord more and more on like cable services, people are going to want to turn to that streaming content. I like them. I like the stock. That's I guess that's all I really need to say. Put money on a stock, it makes it more fun to watch. Yeah, and also Fubo's platform will be mobile too, right? So people will be able to watch sports on their phones and bet on it. Isn't that sus? Not really. Smart. I also sold my shares in November of Fubo and bought back in at the bottom. So I can't fault the guy. No, I didn't say DK DraftKings is buying Fubo. They might. They're a pretty attractive acquisition target right now. Are you still playing Docu, or was that just an OPEX play? I'm not gonna play it right now. I might play the long side of it towards September. But it was just OPEX exposure. Ivy didn't really bump that much. It bumped like 6%. Then it fell back, and then I sold at like even. Something up with Riven? Not a fan of that. Little bounce. I'm only really concerned. I mean, the market's moving up, but I'm only really concerned if it breaks back above 33, 33.50. As long as it stays below that, it still looks very bearish. Yeah, this is I mean, the bounce here is perfectly fine. I don't like that it's pulling away from its trend line though. Or maybe I just drew the trend line wrong? No, I think I got it right. It is pulling up a bit off of its trend line. Yeah, so 33.53 to 33.57 roughly is where you'd be worried about it crossing to the upside. That would be the risk on the play. Fuck you, Baba. Go back up. Jimmy doing volume. What do you do when you're planning to enter spy puts? I had some earlier. Spending too much money on content and making very little profit. Well, Fubo's been working with like marketing firms. They're trying to add advertising to reduce the cost of subscription. So I think they're gonna have like an ad-free and an ad-supported subscription packages. So we'll see how that works out. It could be very good for them. At least like the data from the marketing study for it, or like the advertising study for it, looks really good. Like selling ad blocks at like $10 to $15 or something a block. Do you think if DraftKings buys Fubo with shares, it limits the Fubo upside? Well, it wouldn't be like 1-for-1, right? Not necessarily. I don't know if they'll buy them. They're an attractive acquisition. That doesn't necessarily mean DraftKings would be the one to acquire them. Just in case anybody was wondering, the Dans are currently available for acquisition. Okay, they always are though. Vega of the Bulls, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat,
Especially the way Apple is structuring their MLS platform is forcing fans to buy an additional package to Apple Plus, which is risky because the number of viewers is low. Huh. Powell speaks tomorrow at 10. Interactive broker the best option for integrating with TradingView? I guess. I don't use that like TradingView integration. Does Fubo with the move with the market? Yeah. I mean it's got some pretty big ETF holdings. I don't know if it's having any VOPs, but it's coming up. It's in what, IWN, and then like a bunch of like weird ETFs like Meta and stuff. It's still very, very heavily shorted. Like 30%, 32% SI. Back. Rounded bottom breakout song. Hmm. Internalization still high on GME. I won't be able to tell you till tonight, but yeah, it was this morning. Or utilization, right? Let's call it what it is and not misappropriate the terminology. High utilization implies high internalization, but we have no data on actual internalization numbers. Will Rev have another trade day? Or is this it? What do you mean, Dork? Oh, thank you, Cornub. I appreciate the image. I'll share that with people because we're talking about that a lot. Here, let's just a quick aside. Bring back something we were talking about earlier. So this is a theta decay chart in relation to the options value, right? And so if you look like here, wait, that's not gonna, hold on. So if you look like right here is the 20-day mark. But see, when you sell options in this like 30-day window here, the rate of decay is faster, right? So this is like a less ideal time to buy options and a more ideal time to sell them because the value of the premium drops faster. Which as an option seller is a big plus. So you want, oh, hold on, I gotta close my Baba calls. Well, do I want to? Let's see, tomorrow's Friday. Down 20%. A minute. It does look really good for a move up overnight. So fucking risky though. GME with a very nice, like, sending scallop here. This looks good. It might get a nice move up into the power hour here. So you can buy back a CC whenever. Do you need to do anything come expiration date? No. You can just let them expire if they're out of the money. Or you can let them expire if they're in the money. I mean, it's totally up to you. But yeah, you don't have to actively do anything to them if they're out of the money. They'll just expire worthless. So the Univision retaining rights to MLS, viewers of the league could not buy in English and watch in Spanish. Huh. Interesting. Pull market share from Apple and retains viewers. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not a huge deal, but it's something. I'm gonna DM you my thoughts on Fubo long term. Okay, thanks. In your Fubo DD, you left out the part how it's a big, juicy, badonkadonk, rounded bottom breakout formation. That's because I don't talk about such trivial things, Stefan. I'm not a child. What are your thoughts on Rev's current situation? I think the loan helps them a lot. I don't think they're in a good place. But I think they could be in a better one if they restructure their debt properly. Their cash flow is still solid. They're still a major distributor of like beauty products. That's not gonna go away. I mean, the demand for their products is dropping, but that's kind of a separate issue than just simply the business going under. It's something they should work on and improve. They should catch up with the times, so to speak. But I also don't think it's something that's hard for them to do, and they have enough brand recognition that they could do it very quickly. Like everyone knows what Revlon is, right? And that alone has a lot of value. I think people sometimes undervalue brands because they're, old or outdated. But the fact that you can, talk to pretty much anybody in the world and talk about Revlon and they'll know what you're talking about matters. So they're better positioned for that turnaround than many other companies would be. I lost 60% of my port in a week. Fuck. How? Does BB Boy lawsuit hold any weight? I haven't seen any lawsuit news. What's going on with it? What are they being sued for? Are you charging commission a second time? No. They could easily rebrand. They could do a lot of things, yeah. They just need lines. I think mostly they need lines of products that attract a younger generation, and then they can broaden their distribution to places like Ulta and Sephora and stuff like that, where they're really not well represented among the brands available. They could come out with new product lines. You know, there's a lot of opportunity for them to do better as a company. But I think most importantly, I think they'll survive their bankruptcy, right? Um, Barely, but I think they can survive it. And their illiquidity and short interest present a lot of opportunity, right? Frankly, I could give a shit less if they survive. I think they can, but I could care less. It helps, I guess, the thesis a bit, but mostly I care about the fact that they have 3.2 million shares outstanding and generate FTDs at an obscene rate. Because if they do survive the bankruptcy, they don't even need to turn around the company much, right, for interest to come back in. If ETFs start buying back in to Revlon, it's going to take off. And if it's not being delisted, they have to buy it back because then it's part of the index again, right? Why whale models? What would be the price target again for Rev? For what? If what happens? If they survive the bankruptcy? I mean, it's super volatile. I don't really think you should be sticking price targets on it. If it runs up, its strongest points of potential in the options chain are at like $15 and $30. At $30 though, it would essentially be squeezing. Wasn't the judge ruling on Rev yesterday something to be bullish about? Not really. I mean, I guess you could be bullish on the idea that like equity committee isn't necessary. Um, but obviously, if you're a shareholder, it's nice to have the assurance. But that's not an assurance you have on any other asset, right? Any other stock. GameStop could drop to $1 tomorrow, and you would have no assurance that your money invested would be received back, right? That could happen with the market could crash tomorrow, and the SPY is not handing out equity value vouchers. So it's not really bullish or bearish. It kind of doesn't mean a lot. How does Amazon look for a downside play? It's sitting right at the 3650 horizontal. Unfortunately for my in the money cover calls, pretty good. Big Danionaire, pretty good. I didn't see the SPY's crashing tomorrow. It was an example. You really have a thing for Iggy Azalea, don't you? I mean, it depends on what I'm in the play for, Christine. If it's like a long-term thesis, obviously I'm gonna have confidence in that. But as far as like percent gains go, I mean, yeah, if I have a range in which I expect the price to remain and it falls below that range, I'll sell it. If it's something I continue to want to stay in and I view, a drop in price as an opportunity to get more, there's different positions, right? No takesies backsies on the spy dump. Haven't been able to ditch Amazon yet. No. The worst part was the last covered calls closed in the money, and I only got called away on 2 of them. They're definitely going to need some clown makeup for the product line for all the bag holders, right? Won't that offer short sellers a way to clear FTDs? Not until the fucking shares are in the ETFs. The buying happens first. Put in a limit buy for Fubo at 250, trying to get in under the CEO's cost basis. Nice. With Rev receiving a loan, in your opinion, what would it take Rev to zero in the short term, 6 months or so? A delisting? A delisting wouldn't take the stock price to zero. Default on loan payment? These seem unlikely. They do. Yeah, a default possibly. Um, a less beneficial deal on their debt, which I don't think is going to be a problem. I really don't see a lot of scenarios where they would go to zero. But the potential's there, right? So you have to acknowledge it because they did file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I don't really know anything about Joe Rogan. I don't like people have told me who he is, but that's as much as I know about him. Is it risky to sell CCs above my cost basis? Well, out of the money at the time. Well, out of the money all the time. No, because if you get assigned, you're selling your shares for more than you bought them for, plus premium. Do you ever spend the money to average down to completely sell, get out of the play right away if it turns on you? Generally, if I'm averaging down something, it's because I bought it in an inopportune time, right? Or what was later revealed to be an inopportune time. And there's an opportunity for me to lower the cost basis on my position, but my thesis remains strong. But yeah, sometimes you average down and then still bail. You've thrown good money after bad and then taken a loss. Remember, when you average down, you're adding exposure, right? You're adding more leverage to an already losing position. So it's very dangerous to average down. I'll check it out, BMG. It's like on Revlon. Yeah, I mean, at the time I bought Revlon, I wanted exposure. I didn't care what price it was at, right? Now I see opportunity, now that things have calmed down a little and I have a couple weeks, I see some opportunity to get shares cheaper, and I'm going to take advantage of that. But I took profits on my options, right? So, you know, you also have to weight the other parts of your play, especially if you have multiple strategies concurrent on one equity. GME OPEX is a good example, right? Like I risked 10,000, lost 3, but with the intention that no matter what happened here, I was going to sell covered calls after the fact, and regain, you know, at least 80,000, right? And since, you know, I didn't put as much money in here because I was not as bullish, I didn't want as much exposure to OPEX because I had low confidence in it. But putting up the capital was worth the risk of $3,000 because I was going to make it back either way, right? So you have to consider the multiple parts of your strategy. Strategy? Well, with like Revlon, like I've made what, I think like 62,000 so far on the 35Cs. Roughly. This isn't accurate, but it's pretty close. Um and you know, with that I've bought shares, like 6,000 shares. You know, so I'm not down very much overall, right? So even though I have a cost basis of 9, the position's profitable. I YOLO'd really hard on the first day I bought in. How many CCs are you selling to make 80K? Like 800. If the price goes below the strike of the covered call, then it's a loss. No? The only thing you can lose on a covered call is any price movement beyond the strike. So if the price goes up here and you get assigned, right? And the new price of the stock is now like, say this is 35. You've sold a call at 35 and the price hits 40. You've lost out on these potential gains, but you still get $35 a share plus your premium. $8 calls on Rev or PCO. Kirk, logical, reasonable, balanced, effective strategy. Pickle jar, full port calls. Yeah. You're planning on selling more CCs today? I bought back the 35s in case we bounce off this lower trend. So ultimately, off of that play, I made like 24, 20, yeah, about $24,000 off of the covered calls because I bought them back, right? But I intend to sell them again. I'm just gonna see if we bounce off this low trend first because there's a pretty good chance GME can bounce, and if it does, hold on, here, I'll show you guys. If it does bounce off this lower trend, it might go back up to like 33, 35, and I'd get a better opportunity to re-enter those covered calls. So far, it's looking like I probably shouldn't have bothered pulling them back, but it's only part of the position I sold. I sold more calls than just that. I just sold a lot at 35. I only pulled back the 35s. I still have the 38s and the 40s. No, I haven't gotten a chance to check it out, Stefan. Can you expand on your idea that the FTD report may be inaccurate? Is it just for the meme stocks or is it across the board? I think it's across the board. I think many FTDs are dealt with before close or marked long before close and never reported. The amount of volume fail dates seem to accrue far exceeds the amount of FTDs reported. And there's other factors, but like obviously like hedging and stuff during a period of covering. But even then, the amount of volume is significantly higher than what the FTD report would indicate. How many weeks out do you sell calls? 1 or 2? I can buy $8 rev calls. Are you sure they're still PCO'd? I'm not sure if the weeklies are, but I'm pretty sure that the like Jans and stuff are PCO'd. So FTDs are self-reported? Everything's self-reported. I've been knowing that we can't peel back the layer of the onion more than that. Trying. I told you, you know, Stefan, you can just speed up or you can lower the smoothing on MACD to get the same effect. How many people are just now discovering FTDs? But I think everyone here pretty much knows about FTDs. Maybe. I hope. I don't know. Do you get an extra check for FTD discussions? Right? But at the end of the day, we won't ever know for sure. Whoa, still bullish on Revlon timeframes. Gotta wait for the FTDs to cycle back up. I'm gonna use this opportunity to average down over the next couple weeks. FTDs move in waves. They come in, they pull out, they come back in again. The more interest generated when FTDs are being covered and when they're high, the more FTDs in the next cycle of FTDs. right? All that options interest on Revlon, all that share buying, all of that's going to generate more FTDs. RevGen 35, IV down to 0.95. What price are you targeting before September 6th? I'd like to get them under 0.6 if I can. I don't know. We'll find out, Max. I would not recommend trying to play short-term anything on Revlon. Unless you're just like intraday scalping or something like that. But like short swings, not worth it. Very risky. Florist telegraph delivery. Aren't they continually failing? But there are periods of concentration where they fail more than other periods. Spy high over the next week? Did we just see it? We were higher earlier today. This is a lower high. This is bearish. Hard to say. Probably choppy into JPow's speech tomorrow. Do you use BTC as a leading indicator of the markets? Absolutely fucking not. Sold 6,000 Bobby at 975 and it goes up. If it's any consolation, it probably won't go up much above 10. When a strike is PCO, I believe you said the MM is the partner to buy them back. With supply demand, what determines the bid in that transaction? A formula based on the cost of the underlying Black-Scholes model. Some variation of Black-Scholes model used to price options. And if you have a position that becomes PCO, you're not going to get a good price when you sell, most likely. I understand selling cover calls with a strike higher than my cost basis, but how do I go about picking expiration dates? Well, we went over this a bunch earlier, but you want theta to decay probably rapidly, in order to ensure that you're able to reposition sooner rather than later. So you would generally sell options with less than 30 days of theta left in order to capitalize on theta decay the fastest. Is Rev going to 17 today? Probably not. If not, why aren't you bullish on Rev anymore? Oh, Jesus. I think the scariest thing is that Rev just could. Buy bouncing because you badmouthed it. How fucked am I with my AMD 98cc for tomorrow? I have no idea. What's AMD trading at? You seem fine. Up about 5% today. Probably mostly on the bad earnings of NVIDIA. But can you not buy back? I mean, the theta in that is going to just get destroyed tomorrow if it doesn't go above 98. I'm doing okay. How are you? You're gonna have to state that you're bullish on Rev every hour of streaming from now on. If you change your answer to meh or kind of, everyone will paper hand. I don't give a shit. I'll just sell the shares. I can't see a reason to hold them through any kind of squeeze event. Rev is also illiquid, so it could drop to 3. Yeah, but then I'd buy a ton of it. Did you expect Rev to go up on 8-1 and 8-15? Yes. Why are you saying Zeta with a lisp constantly? It's theta, not zeta. I don't even listen to Gurk for Revlon. I just understand the FTD pileup, the not bankrupt company, and I would buy fucking tens of thousands of shares if it dropped below 5. No, I don't port into anything ever. That's only really fucked me once, and that was GameStop. My initial position on GameStop was very reasonable. It should have been a little more unreasonable. Although my second buy-in into GameStop was very, very unreasonable, so I made up for it. Can we do some Riven TA? Sure. Here's the trend line. There's the upside resistance. This is an ascending triangle, which is a continuation off of a downtrend. See, downtrend? Breaking into an ascending triangle, which then generally leads to a breakdown. If you look down here, there's a big fat fucking gap. here between 29 and like 26.50. So if this breaks down, back to this resistance, it's very likely to fall through or gap down. If it continues to pull away from its trend line and it makes a tighter, more bullish formation, then we would be looking for a break to the upside, and we would close a put position at the risk, which is at 33.60. There you go. Yeah. Usually use the 1 hour chart for trend line analysis. Usually 4 because it's more accurate than the daily. Like you have more like granular data, which improves the accuracy of your trends. Thanks, Johnny. I have no idea what this man is saying. You don't probably want me to do TA for Bobby. Bobby's in the middle of like a breakdown, right? Yeah. It has a trend line. Not very accurate here on the 1 hour. Let me go to let me go here. So Bobby has a trend line that it's sort of holding. It's the wrong candlestick. There we go. This like upside test is actually kind of bearish. And this will be a little better with the extended hours turned on. Ah, that's why it was off. There we go. So this looks like it's continuing to break down. Decreased volume into this test likely means that, once enough $10 positions on Bobby capitulate, it will lose its support at $10 and begin to decline in price. The next lower level is around $8. So right here. But bearish, very bearish price action. This is the forced settlement date out here for Reg Show. If it remains on Reg Show through the next several trading days, then it could potentially see upside after this point in time. But right now, not great. Y'all don't take, you don't take announcements into account when you're looking at technical analysis, right? That's not the point. You're just trying to find something to be bullish about that's separate from the analysis I'm doing, that's called bias. Right? So you're trying to add bias. That's generally not how you get an accurate result. Chart Exchange shows low rev FTDs until the end of their data on September 2nd. When are you expecting more FTDs and why? After September 6th, and because volume on Revlon generates FTDs. The rate of failure per unit of volume traded is very high. So all volume on Revlon generates some number of failure to delivers. The more volume, the more fails. Would you say there's a Head and Shoulders on Rivian too? Yeah. I pointed out the neckline when I was going over it. I have no idea what JPow's going to say tomorrow. I think it's in the Fed's best interest to take a hawkish stance right now. Maybe even an aggressively hawkish stance. I think this is a opportune time for them to move forward with like a 0.75 or a 1.0 rate hike. A final one for the year, but a big one. And that's when Cenas comes in. Chug, chug, chug. Yep. Look at starting a position in ENVX for lithium exposure. Did you take a look, please? What do you want me to look at? I mean, you should be doing fundamental analysis on something like that, not which I'm not going to do, not technical analysis. Make sure the price is cheap. Here, I'll tell you what a cheap price on ENVX is. You missed it. You missed it by a few months. You probably should have been buying it back at $8. I'm not entirely sure why you think it's going that much higher. It's already approaching like all-time highs. You probably want to target that gap range down at like 16. Although without a big failure in the market, I don't know if you're going to see that price. 1683, roughly. But DCA is between 16 and 18. Am I gonna get rev ups for my birthday? I don't know. Are you? What do you get when a stock is a liquid but has plenty of buy, sell, limit orders with a 1 cent spread? A boof. Nice. So you've had shoulders. What shampoo do you use to regenerate your hair after 8 hours times 5 days of a hat? These hats are like very loose. They're not like tight. So it doesn't really do anything to my hair. And I don't get like sweaty. So if I say DCA between 18 and 16, just say buy at 17. Well, because by DCAing when it's beginning to DCA when it hits 18, you know, you're entering your position between 18 and then whatever the low ultimately hits. Although, honestly, if that stock fell that low, I might lose confidence in it ever going back up again. Baba News is looking at it closely. That's why it's glued to 100. But it knows I'm looking at it? Okay. Spy puts end of day for Powell tomorrow. Maybe a straddle. And it's not end of day, it's 10 a.m. Yeah, Nvidia's probably not a terrible stock to play the downside of. But it'll just move down with like the rest of the market, right? What's on oil and natural gas? They're probably going up. Another up cycle. Although I feel like the bottom of it's kind of missed and it's probably not worth getting into now. Just getting back in. Any thoughts on SPY price action for the rest of the day? It looks like it's going up. It's right at its previous, like, right about at its previous high here. Yeah. It could fail here. It may continue to the upside. I don't know if it's going to get a lot of volume support. Probably not until power hour. That's on today's wheat price action. I have no thoughts on the price of wheat day to day. At some point in the future, I expect wheat will cost more than it does now. I don't give a shit if it goes up 12 cents in the morning when the market opens. Do you have any thoughts on the price of wheat today? Ah, fucking Christ. SPY puts are being priced higher right now. If they are, it's very minimally. There's generally not a lot of skew on the SPY. Are you going to enter in more rev calls, or are you waiting for higher FTD days? I'm waiting. There's a lull. Take advantage of the lull, or don't take advantage of the lull, because you guys all seem to be incapable of buying a stock that isn't already up 20%. It's up to you. I don't give a shit. I already have my position. I'm going to add to it. I figured out the problem with retail buyers. I think this is it. If it's not already green and has volume, you're not bullish on it. What the fuck? The idea is to buy the shit before it moves, not once it's done moving. Yeah, and this is a direct comment on everybody who bought fucking BBBY at $24. Not only at $24, $24 after it fucking peaked at 30. You know when you know how you can tell when you're buying a stock at the right time? Fucking nothing's happening. It looks like the most boring shit in the world. The price is low. It doesn't look like it's ever going to go back up again. IV's down. I know, right? That's when you don't buy the stock when it's up 100% and everyone's YOLOing in. That's when you sell. You sell your shit to the idiots. You're like, oh, you guys want some covered calls? Here you go. Yeah, full bull. Like, yeah, you do what RC did, right? You sell into the FOMO. You know, I'm not like a big Buffett, like a huge Buffett fan. I like him, he's a good investor, but the saying be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy is it should be something that runs through your head before every single fucking trade. Look around, right? Just for a second, pause and look around at what other people are doing. This is why my own Discord spends most of its time angry with me, because my opinion will be different than theirs. I'm like, I think I'm going to sell it and buy puts and get a bunch of covered calls. And they're like, no, full bull. We're going to the moon tomorrow. Fuck you. More often than not, I'm right. This is how we need to talk to us all the time. We need the tough love. Patrick Swayze, this is just how you like it, all right? You can't speak for everyone. Did you sell covered calls on Rev? Yesterday. Then I bought them back because I thought it was going to do a little bit of a crazy thing. And then it didn't really do as crazy of a thing as I expected. So I'm waiting for the next like little volatility bump and then I'll sell them again. Isn't the price good for an entry on Rev now? It's better, yeah. But now everyone wants to sell it because it's not going up, right? So instead of like taking advantage of the lower price, everyone's like, this position stopped doing things every day. I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Fine, sell more shares for the rest of us. You just ostracized the whole BBY Discord. I mean, keep talking. Down to 1,350 viewers. Pretty soon it'll just be the diehards left in here with you, and we can get down to real business. This is gonna be me and you, Segan and Jay Fresh, and we're just gonna trade the SPX all day. I mean, Bobby is the perfect example, right? Like, it went from 20 down to nothing, right? And everyone was like, oh, it was a good buy at 20. What a piece of shit. And I can't believe it's fucking $5 now. I want to sell. Wow, wow, wow. And then this happened after, like, for like a month that dragged on. Right? And then people were like, you know, I'm going to buy this fucking thing at 5. This is a good buy. And the put wall started getting built up and it started to look really attractive if the put wall ever broke down. Right? And then the put wall started to break down and it went up to 6. And then people are like, oh, fuck. Shit's happening. Right? And then it went up to 7. And people are like, oh my God, I have calls that are in the money for the first time in months. And they're like, this is it. We're going to the moon. Right? Then it hit 10. And people started making up shit about short squeezes. Not that there were any shorts to squeeze in the fucking first place, but why not, right? Then it went up to 20. Then all the people that were like, oh, look at those shitty bag holders down at $5, they all bought. Then it went to 30. So they bought more. Then it went back down to 24. And they're like, no, wait. We're still squeezing the shorts, right, guys? So they bought more. Then Cohen sold all his fucking bags to them. Now it's at 10. But now they're going to affect an amazing turnaround plan and everything's going to come back, right? Because I bought shares at 24. That's the only possible thing that could happen. No. Guess what? It's probably going to go back down to 5. Then when it's at $5 again, maybe someone will put up another put wall. Jesus fuck. But guys, don't forget the shorts are still there and the FTDs. And Yahoo Finance said 108% of the float was short. Are your shares DRS? Fuck no. For the smoothest ones in the back, all dad's saying is be bussin' when others are sussin' and be sussin' when others are bussin'. Exactly. Just don't fall prey to that fucking... Large groups of people are stupid. Always. There has never been a large group of people in the history of the world that has made intelligent decisions time and time again. Never. Because the majority of people are dumb. And when you have a large group of them, that means the majority are stupid. They're doing something stupid. Don't follow the crowd, especially with stocks. The crowd is almost always wrong. You know why people short IV? Because it always goes back down. That's why Kenny's up 6 billion last year and you're down your whole port. Sorry, last quarter. Bomb mentality has led to humanity's greatest accomplishments. Yeah, I see that Baba's diving off a cliff. I've successfully made and lost relatively equivalent amounts of money on Baba today now. Sorry, I was busy ranting. Otherwise, I would have set a stop. Oh, fuck. You're gonna make me self-contemplate. Still in on Tesla puts? No, I closed them when the SPY turned around earlier. There's too much resistance at like 291. And not a lot of volatility, right? Careful, Gurk, you might start saving people from themselves with rants like that. I don't care if I save people from themselves. I just don't want to hear about it, right? Say what you were saying. It was a good buy when it was coming down. It was. It was a good buy at $20. How could I have known that they were going to release their 2 worst quarterly reports over the next consecutive quarters? You know how you know it was a good buy? Because RC and his entire team of fucking financial advisors all bought between $13 and like $15. They also knew it was a good buy then. And then it went above 20 and he sold it. I wasn't wrong, right? In the end. It went to 30. So if you'd bought it at 20, you still would have made $10 a share. I mostly did. It was great. It was never like a short-term position. It was a good buy on the way down the first time. I didn't say it was a fucking good buy on the way down the second time. After I'd sold at 30, I didn't tell anybody it was a good fucking buy. BBY gonna turn around by selling towels in the NFT marketplace. I sold most of my calls at 30, $27 to $30. I sold the remainder of my calls at 10, the $5 leaps that were left over. And then I sold the shares at 17 in aftermarket when he announced his sale. I had more calls than shares. We're spoiled. People here want 10% returns a week, but professional traders would be happy with 10% a year. Most traders don't ever hit 10% a year. I think BBY might be the only play I've managed to get in out better than you. Huzzah. Nice. The people that were skeptical of BBBY in the beginning did very well if they got in at 5. I mean, Bobby was very profitable in the beginning too, right? Because it ran for Cohen's buy-in, then it ran immediately after Cohen's buy-in, and then it ran again, or it ran for March OPEX. So it ran for the buy-in and the OPEX. Me realizing I'm a dumbass, following another dumbass in a crowd is what pushed me to learn options. Made some off Baba this morning. Thanks, Dad. No problem, man. Congratulations. Can we discuss how sus GME price action is right now? It's not sus at all. It's just flat, and you know it. My Fubo cost basis right now is 357. No, it's more actually. It's like 4. I think it's like just under 4, like 399 actually. I didn't get as good of fills on the covered calls on the rest of my shares. But whatever. GME strangles are killing it. Nice. The mere fact that we're not dropping as much, even with high internalization, does that mean not as many are selling? Yes. Rev spike for covered calls. I'm waiting for one. Yeah. And then I'll sell them again. I think I'm going to close phase. I don't really like it. You know what? I'm going to look at the gamma information. Give me a second. Oh, Jesus. Never mind. I am not closing that. You see the FTD cycle continuing for a long time on Rev, or is it likely the shorts capitulate sooner rather than later? Shorts will they will only capitulate when they have to. So it could be some time. Calls on Cat. Looks like it could push towards 220 by November. Yeah, I really don't have the confidence in that move. I think the next market pullback, it's going to come down pretty hard. Seems like ETF FTDs have a greater impact on price action than GME FTDs. They do, because they're largely net short. So they require a buy order to satisfy. They're also cash settled kind of all at once because they can cash settle them. I really don't think very many MMFTDs ever carry over even into that time frame. And the ones that do, you know, it's just creates volatility more than anything else. I don't think GME was out of control at any point. Run GME. I think that's the mistake that everyone makes, is they assume that there was something going on with GME that couldn't be controlled. And I think the things that are going on with GME are very intentional. Was that okay? Fine, not Gaff. You happy now, Gaff? You're excluded from the group.
Given that they won't capitulate on Rev unless forced, shouldn't they wait until a downtrend to exit at a small loss? Except downtrends, market downtrends don't affect Revlon because its only exposure is through mutual funds, and the ownership of those mutual funds is minimal. There's not a lot of active fund pressure on Revlon. Now, if Revlon went up a lot, that active fund pressure could be exacerbated, but there's not much more room to the downside. So, Fubo was once $24,000 a share. Yeah, ignore that. My Luna is up 20% today. I just need another 100,000% and I'll be rich. Best of luck to you, Average Joe. No, I don't think Rev is the best hedge for a market crash. What's up with Phase? It's got some thought-provoking call gamma on the chain. It looks well seasoned. Kenny Reardon, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. No, Fubo's not going to fill its gap at 23,500.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read it.
What happened in Gen was definitely not under control. They got it under control very quickly. It did get out of control. But after January, all very much under control.
Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Hey guys, it's Power Hour. Is the market still a heaping pile? Yeah. Oh, fuck you, Baba. Is there a play on phase you're looking at the moment? It seems a bit chasey. I mean, I'm already in the play. I bought some $20 calls. It's probably a bit chasey. My IV entry wasn't even that great, and that was a little while back.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What looks interesting in the phase options chain? There's a lot of upside, like call gamma. So it's got some nice potential to maybe move up a bit and pick up some IV. It's a D-SPAC though, so I wouldn't get too much exposure to it. They're super risky. And I don't know what the status of their like S1 is right now. Whoa, I'm a member? You are now. I don't know how it happened, but it did. It was probably Bithead or John Wilkes Booth. Looks like some more bag holders will be made, failing to momentum trade. I know because I was tempted to try. What goes in must come out. That's called keystering. That's not boofing. So you're implying something was keistered? Would you date a girl who bought Bobby at 28 after hitting 30? It's a mistake everyone makes. And at 28, it's still like a pullback opportunity. It was when it went under 20 that it became kind of a problem that people were still buying like crazy. Donald Faison, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit's make that joke. Motherfuck trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott.
Wait, I just saw it hit $10 again.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Jimmy looks kind of good too. Hmm. No, you don't, Oni. If RC would have held his water, it hits 50. I agree. Is this MOASS? No. Is this cover call selling time? Yeah, most likely. I think Jamie's done. Ah, damn it. Does RC sell-off from Bobby confirm that he's not in fact a genius because the sell-off left so much money on the table for him especially? I don't think any large or institutional investor is really concerned with like maximizing gains in a scenario like that, right? Like in a 5-month period, he turned $100 million into like what, $160 million or whatever. Believe me, that's all you care about. That's a whole, that's 2 new Florida mansions. Honestly, just think about how much 60 million is for doing absolutely nothing. I mean, he wrote a letter, so yeah. That doesn't hurt his reputation among anybody that matters. Sorry, but it's true. Oh no, Cenas is closed, so I'd write a bunch of letters for $1 million. I'd write a fucking novel for 60 million. Kuba's been good for learning CCs on while reading the option strat book. Yeah, absolutely. Very low cost of entry. And decent cover call price, too. 8% return on them. It's not bad. Spy test 418 again by next 9-2? It's possible. I'll give you 60 million to write a novel. I want 30 million up front. I just got here and thought Jimmy looked very bullish, but then I realized it just went up 40 cents. I understand what you're saying, but someone who had any inclination of what was building would have waited because 60 million is great, but 150 million is better if you wait like 3 days. I mean, you also have to model the effect of selling 9 million shares into that, right? Or 7 million shares. Especially if he had a time frame that he had to exit within. I definitely didn't make enough this year for 2 Florida mansions, Dominic, but thank you. Like shitty houses in Florida, maybe. I don't know. What do Florida houses cost? They're free, right? It's like as long as you live there for 30 days. Could you please explain to me why it was a bad idea to straddle the spy overnight? It's generally not. You know, overnight spy straddles have like really good returns. It's just that you might lose several days in a row before winning big. So you have to have enough capital to sustain the position. But no, they tend to be very, very good. Where you'd want to live, they're pretty expensive. Okay. Yo, boss, Jimmy is starting to feel tedious just holding. You sell covered calls or no? Is this thing ever gonna run hard? Hard as in plus $50? Maybe. And if you're not holding it, you're not gonna find out. Right? Holding a company that you think is going to get better is not tedious. If you find investing tedious, then it's probably not the thing for you. Any good videos on selling covered calls? I made a video about covered calls. It's on the other channel. There's probably better ones on the actual, like, how to sell them, but... What? 35cc 2 weeks out seem rather safe to you? I sold 35s for next Friday. Oh, FaZe is doing a thing. Are people watching this for me? I don't want to look at it. Does it look bullish? Now I can ask you the questions. Would you full port into it? Some garbage stock I bought into. Not sure how to go about a cover call with a strike below cost basis, or if I just skip it until the strike is profitable again. You just, I mean, the same rules apply on risk, right, Gen? So even if I'm selling covered calls, like if the stock has fallen below my cost basis, right? Stock price is down here. I'll still sell covered calls up here, right? Like out of the money, obviously I don't want to be assigned below my cost basis. But if I can, you know, sell covered calls at like, you know, 0.1, 0.2 delta relatively safely with capital to buy them back, There's no reason not to. Just because you're below cost basis. That's how you lower your cost basis, right? If you had to choose between living in Florida versus living in any state between Ohio and Nevada, you're choosing Florida. Nope. I'd choose Ohio. Or Chicago. Chicago is not the worst. Or Vegas. Yeah, Vegas better than Florida. Not much, but better. Yeah, I've been to Colorado. It's not my favorite. Why does it matter where you live? You don't go outside. It matters. It's about amenities. It's not about going outside. Reno is nice because it doesn't cost much and people here are sane. But what about all the meth heads? There's a lot of meth. I don't even know what a heavy Chicago accent is. Helps you trade better. Tell the spy to calm down. No. It's really not that crazy. Relax. There. Is that better? Ohio has worse food than Florida? Isn't like Columbus, Ohio, like the restaurant test bed for the entire country? It's like an unhealthy food paradise. Toledo. Interesting. People are ridiculous and have no clue what you're talking about when it comes to Florida. Good? Still brake pads in Sandusky, Ohio. Is utilization used to estimate internalization? Yes. What's the longest run on high internalization on GME that you've logged before a dump into the market? Like above 60? 3 consecutive days?
It's longer than that, right? Hold on. Consecutive days above 60. December was the second longest period, from November 30th through December 3rd. May 9th through 23rd, it stayed relatively close to 60. Like it fluctuated up like above and then slightly below 60, with a low of 55 and a high of 68. So I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 days. Our current one, we've been solidly above 60 since August 18th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if we're still up today, 6. It'll be 6 days on the current run. Oh, but the current one is much more sustained. The other one fluctuated up and down, like they dumped a couple times. This is the longest period they haven't dumped internal like utilization ever. Yeah. This is the longest sustained high utilization period. Like above 65 every single day. Phase breaking out. Ooh, I get a sell. Cool. It's not like doing anything awesome. It's just... It kind of is. Maybe I shouldn't have bought $20 calls. GME. When you buy back covered calls, does it cost more than the initial premium you get? Not always. Not if the premium has dropped. It's like if you sell a call at like $3.20 premium, right? And the premium of that strike drops to $2.70, you are up 50 cents. When you buy it back. Is this OPEX? No. How often are the chains repriced? Constantly. You can also be net negative, yeah, but that would require that the premium of the contract go above where you sold it at. Pretty toasted last night. Just woke up. What's going on Rev? Thanks, Pickleman. Rev is stagnating, probably for a couple weeks, while it moves in between FTD cycles. This is a good opportunity to average down or build a position if that's something you're interested in. If it's not, it's just boring. No, I'm not buying into new Chinese IPOs. Is Phase just a day trade? Sort of, yeah. But like kind of a shitty one. I have time on it. I have September 16 calls. I'm just seeing if it hits its gamma or it doesn't, really. After that, I don't really care about it very much. No problem, Carbon.
I'm in the Azores tonight. Any pizza recommendation? Isn't that in Portugal? I've never had pizza in Portugal. Is this like when I went goth? The songs are available in the music channel. They're made by a bunch of different people. No problem, Charles. 800 miles off the... It's a archipelago in the, like, mid-Atlantic, right? Off the coast of Portugal, yeah. Yeah, I've never had pizza there, so I can't help you, Steve. Play-Doh, J Fresh. I'm feeling funny. The most frustrating thing is that I'm way smarter than you, so I should be better at trading than you, but I'm not. What should I do to surpass you? You should get smarter than me, JC. I think if you can do that, you'll nail it. Someone who's now becoming much more familiar with options. Fidelity blows. What are you guys using for options trading? IBKR, WeBull, Tastyworks. Fidelity is definitely kind of far down on my list. Thinkorswim. All of those are better options platforms than Fidelity. Challenge him to the battle of wits. You can't have a battle of wits with the unarmed. Ah, I knew it. Look at this piece of shit. IBKR is telling me I can't hold uncovered positions when I'm trying to sell cover calls on my GME shares. I have some CSPs open on GME. If that makes a difference. Cash account? I have no idea. Do I look like fucking IBKR customer service? Do not go to Vanguard for options. Bro, you don't like to mail your options order into the NYSE floor? Theoretically speaking, if retail DRS is their entire float, couldn't institutions lend out their shares to keep the can kicked? Yes. Also, there's no restrictions in liquidity terms on short sells and ETFs. No, there aren't. I've been over this a lot. But you've caught up. You're now only 7 months behind. What dates are your spy puts? I don't have any yet. I had some earlier, and then I sold them. Profit of losses. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no
BBBY is above 10. Put wall fucked. What put wall, Carl? Do you even own BBBY? Why are you stirring the pot?
Trades is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I have incidentally traded futures on a date before, Popcorn Trader. I was bored. And there was a nice like a nice bounce opportunity, so I figured, fuck it. At least I'll pay for dinner. I don't blame you. That was a terrible date. Bob at a 110 tomorrow? Probably, because I sold my calls before close. But they were 0 DTE, so I would have had to eat a lot of theta decay overnight. Was she impressed? No. She was like, oh, you're one of those like stock bros? And I was like, no, I don't think. And she was like, I used to date like a stock guy. He did a lot of cocaine. And then I was like, well, I don't really do much cocaine. And then she seemed disappointed. Pickle Reddit was all about your cousin, Bizarro Gurk, yesterday. He's the AMC loving, bearded, sunglass wearing, car talk, stonk streamer. Gross. Probably because he lives in a car. That's why he owns AMC. Or he lives in a car because he owns AMC. That could go both ways. No, I'm not wearing makeup today, Average Joe. Marry that girl. Do you have a risk level for your cover calls? At what point do you decide, what price do you decide to buy them back? Usually never, unless there's like a big volumetric move or something. If I secure you a Revlon sponsorship, would you wear lipstick on stream? Only if it's green. And it depends on how much it pays. Hold on. Figure out how much money first. How upset do you think Lenixis is looking at this after selling the bottom yesterday? I don't know. 5? Are we being mocked with this GME price action? Absolutely. It's teasing you, is what it's doing. It's tantalizing you, getting you to buy calls. Look how shiny they are now that they're $75 more than they were. When you originally sold the 35s, was it more of the IV play and not as much for the lower premium? It was mostly for the IV, yeah. Sold CCs at the bottom. Let's fucking go. If you sold on the first spike, the IV hasn't shifted that much. Look how fucking scared everyone gets. Listen, guys, we're up fucking 20 cents. Relax. So far. Is FaZe actually worth $1 billion market cap? It sounds absurdly high. I agree. I don't even know what they do. I think they make like sweaters or something. A new high for SPY today? Yeah, I think this is. Right? Yep. Did Baba rip into close? Where is that piece of shit? Oh, interesting. It's not. Curiouser and curiouser. Can we all take a minute to commend Girk for running a stock market daycare for degenerates? You're welcome, Kenneth Wheeler. It's what I aspired to. Some sold some Rev 9 September 9 850s yesterday, and Jimmy September 1640s. Up on them, but do you think they're safe? If I get a sign they're right at my cost basis, then what do you care? Right? I mean, they're probably both pretty safe. Revlon, it's a little harder to predict, but GME, I don't think we're going to see 40. Unless something crazy happens, like the SPY goes to 450 tomorrow. I say the Bobby is worth the potential 500 Fubo, 700 GME, and 500 Rev plus cash. Nice. Did Girk paper hand phase? Not yet, but I'm thinking about it. Doesn't this thing like tank overnight? Yeah, look at these fucking overnight drops. Well, sometimes. Tough decision. Did you know that when Chuck Norris buys options, they don't expire ever? Infinite theta? Tomorrow, JPOW says inflation is transitory. RC tweets, "I'll BBBY right back," and GME issues the Wu-Tang NFT dividend. I'm well positioned for this possibility. Nice. Good opportunity to short the SPY. It's not a bad one. But I feel like I'm going to do it and then end up selling my puts again like yesterday. But yeah, 4180 puts on the SPX are probably really good right now. Ooh. Let's buy broke resistance. Moving up. Maybe I don't buy those SPX puts. Maybe it's time to go long Netflix. Gap fill to 421. Not really a gap though. There is a tiny gap. There's a 1 cent gap at 421.24. Could. There's also a 1 cent gap at 427. Hmm. Don't bet the house on Netflix. But that would be so fitting. No, that's not a bull flag. JP's Powell's speech is tomorrow. 10 a.m. You guys want to watch it? It's live from Jackson's Hole. Yes. Will there be moose? I don't know. Is Jackson's Hole going to be safe for work? I think so. Rev down 4%. Rev Jan 35Cs down 0%. I'm sorry, Dork. The market maker doesn't want to take any chances. Jackson does not own the hole. It's Jackson's hole. That's what I said. Do you think I don't know that it's called Jackson Hole? I do. It's just not funny. Why are you trying to ruin the fun, Ryan Cohen? It's in Wyoming. I've been there twice. It's not got a lot going for it. I'm not doing that, Saman. The real question is, what is the first name to Jackson? I'd imagine it's named after like some general or something, right? Is it Andrew? Is it Andrew Jackson's hole? You ever been river rafting? Do I look like the type of person that would do that? Wait, don't answer that. Do you think I would do that? Samuel L. Jackson? I don't think the Fed would convene there if that was the case. They strike me as being old and racist. Have you ever accidentally gone river rafting? No. Why are all these nerds in my motherfucking hole? No, I don't miss the VWASP. That thing tried to kill me. Tomorrow, Pickle Financial live from Jackson's Hole. Does Cal look primed to break the upside of this wedge? Yeah, it looks good. It's bullish. It's just that the breakout opportunity is kind of minimal. 203.28 to the upside. There's too many fucking bankers in my motherfucking hole. Yeah. That could work. No, very safe for work stream card tomorrow. Yeah, that's my problem with snagging a spy put right now. Expectations for Jimmy tomorrow? More of this? I think snakes still applies just fine. I might be a full, but I'm keeping my 10x leverage position in Baba for tomorrow. Nice. All right, Baba, you sold me. Die, Rivian, die. Relax, man. It's got time. What's your time frame on those Riven puts? September 16th. What was the Baba play? I bought $2,100 calls for 9-2. So I'm probably gonna lose all my money. Good chance. There's a good chance. Don't make me think about it because I'll sell them before close if I think about it too much. Dude, what's with this fucking rip into market close? Is the SPY trying to crash itself? Every time the SPY does this weird shit on these dull ass days, I feel like it's trying to commit suicide. I guess, hold on, if I can just climb a little bit higher. Don't think about that money. There's a good chance you're gonna lose. I'm not. It's okay. I've held Baba overnight before. Worst case scenario, I still have my $80 leaps. I should really get rid of those. I won't play the SPY. Too volatile. Full port rev instead. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I sold phase. 15%. Took it. Mine. ES just ran 25 points in 30 minutes. Dear Lord. I know, right? I'm definitely shorting that shit in after hours. Ding ding. Well, that was fun. What a crazy end of the day. So GME, doing. Let's go out to the big charts. Jimmy doing big dips into another dip today. That was pretty exciting. Looks like there was some CNS action there, and that was about it. Revlon dropping down. I think we're going to continue to see this like decreased price action and drop off in volatility at some point. As long as it, keeps trading very flat like this on lower volume, we'll start to see the market maker price down IV. Remember, I'm still targeting that like 50 to 60 cent range for those $35 calls. That's my economic policy. It's the one that says bad motherfucker on it. From Samuel Jackson's hole. Thank you so much, Carbon Based. Also, looking for share prices sub 6 if I can find them. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'll probably DCA on the lower end of $6. So like 615 through, let's say, 550 is the target range. BBBY opened or closed kind of where it opened today. There's still a lot of interest at $10, but it's, I feel like, waning. I'm pretty sure today represents a lower low than yesterday. Yeah, it does. So, as this starts to crawl down and more downside pressure is applied, expect more and more of the $10 calls to sell off and the stability of this support and resistance to break down. Currently, this looks pretty bearish and looks like it's going to see at least another move, maybe to the 850 level again. Not looking particularly bullish, but still some time until reg show. So, obviously, if you're in it and your cost basis isn't too bad, you're not terribly positioned. Reg show out here several days from now to the forced settlement, provided it stays on there. And lastly, let's look at the SPY. So SPY kind of turning back up here. I think we're probably better off going out here to the 1 hour. Yeah, let's go out to the 1 hour. So coming up, there's quite a lot of resistance to the upside here, but there is a 1 penny gap at 421 that we may fill before breaking down again. This already broke down through the ascending trend that was like back here. So not a bump and run reversal, but more a retest of this trend. If this gets rejected, I'd imagine we're going to go back down to that like 412 level. If it breaks up, I guess we could potentially test as high as 424. So careful playing the SPY the next couple days, which I kind of warned people about earlier, but I want to say it again. It's really risky this week, especially with the symposium, especially tomorrow, because you don't know what the hell Powell's going to say. GME announces second quarter results after close 9/7. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so keep that in mind, guys, with your sold calls. GME earnings on 9/7. I appreciate that, Christine. Thank you. I'm not doing an end of day wrap up on Phase. I sold it. I don't care about it anymore. I bought a 415p 1 DTE SPY YOLO. Good luck, Danorama. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Sound good? All right, later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.